Good evening. Happy Friday. I feel really weird to talk very loudly all the time when I come in because I have my parakeets down here with me and she was not feeling well still. So I've been like really stressed out about that. And now I'm really stressed. But anyways, my hair looks like Blake Lively's hair. I washed it with, maybe she has dandruff. I washed it with Salsi Sun, something like that. And I don't know if it dries out my hair. I know it does something with my hair that is not very good, but it helps my scalp. So, or scalp, so whatever. Anyways, um, I'm organized again, so let's hope that works. I was trying to catch up on everything that has happened this week. I was staying informed throughout the week, but I don't know why always I think the ADHD like last minute is the best, but also I don't know why it just I mean it catches up. It catches up fast with you when things are coming out all the time. All right. So if you're watching this on replay, welcome. I am Arena. I always have to be conscious of saying that. I probably should start with that or with like a tagline. Everyone starts with a tagline. I don't have one. I right now I'm figuring this out. I'm figuring myself out. I'm figuring out my channel. I cover mostly Blake Lively stuff. Yeah. And I really love 90 Day Fiance, but it's been a struggle trying to get that content recorded and loaded and shown. And then, yeah, I don't know, some news sprinkled here and there. And some other celebrity stuff, maybe sometimes. I don't know. I'm it's so interesting because I've not been much into celebrity news, and I met someone this week, and I was talking to her how like I've not been into legal dramas or celebrity dramas or anything except I feel like this really called to me or well, called to me really spoke to me called to me because it has to do with the movie business, the filmmaking part of it, and as a tiny amateur micro director filmmaker, I don't know, it just kind of spoke to me in that way. So that's why I cover it. But I always feel so self conscious covering it or like telling people that I am. I'm like, have you heard of this? And many people don't know anything about it, or if they know something about it, it's like mild. A and B, I don't know. I still feel like there's judgment, you know, in the back of people's minds about, oh, you're into like that kind of stuff. Anyways, because it's kind of like equivalent to tabloid in a way to many people. All right, so let's get into the appetizers. We have appetizers ranging from, gosh, where am I? Where am I? Oh my gosh. Sorry, still trying to be more organized. What the heck? Where did that go? What the heck? Anyways, that's so weird. Every single time something, what the heck is happening right now? Okay. Every single time, no matter how prepared you are, life throws its curveballs. All right. Also, I would like to ignore that there's a holiday weekend going on personally. I was not aware that it was until I was seeing, I think, Dave Neal's one of his videos today, and I was like, I could have lived in happy bliss if I didn't know. I had like a just a personal kind of situation that was not happy, not great. So yeah, it just kind of roped me into that kind of mindset. So let's move on. I hope you do have a wonderful holiday for everyone who is not triggered by a holiday as benign as Memorial Day. It's Memorial Day, right? Anyways, all right. So Eleanor the Great, this is kind of like an appetizer, kind of like, I guess, more of a important one. I don't know. Let me also start by actually moving through these. I also have this bonus Reddit scavenger hunt. I thought I would never get on Reddit ever, and then with this, I started watching what people say. Just randomly, people have mentioned it in their whatever. Anyways, I'll get to it when I'll get to it. So that's a bonus little thing. But let's get to Eleanor the Great. So it premiered over the weekend, I want to say, or this week sometimes. And there was so many, where is it? It's not in here, but there's so many posts about it finally. And they had was it 13-minute standing ovation, 16-minute, 3 minutes, 6 minutes? I'm terrible. I'm terrible with numbers. This is Scarlett with the star Squib. Oh gosh. We'll get to know her name for sure. I did not know she's a new actress that's starting in her 90s. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like amazing. And in the back of my mind, I'm not gonna lie, that part of me is like, I think we're all thinking, like Justin supporters all are thinking, not Justin supporters only, people who are either supporting the Wayfarer team, but not because like, oh, just like I'll get to I have my bones to pick with the Reddit community. But yeah, it's not about Justin, but that side is more critical thinking, blah blah. Anyways, I would like to think that I would like to think. I think in the back of our heads when we see this, when we see Scarlett get so much good press and so, like a huge standing ovation at Cannes Film Festival, and she's there and she's surrounded by these two beautiful, awesome actresses that she has in her first movie that she first directed. Not first movie, but the movie that she directed for the first time. First time director, my brain, my mouth, my words. Hi, Angel. Hi. Um, Sorry, notifications. Oh, yeah, it could be. I don't know if, in part, I mean, this is why it's like, I really want to start that Discord or like email mailing list or something, Patreon, because yeah, don't rely on the notifications, but welcome. But yeah, I think this is just a little bit of a sore spot. If I was Blake and if I was, and we don't even know what Blake wants at the end of the day, but if we take her at her word that she's been trying to be the voice for the women and to raise up women and complex women characters on screen and not just like be pretty and hit your mark, which in my mind I'm like, girl, do you realize that's probably just you? Not like in general, but like, do you realize how many women already have had strong complex characters? All right. Anyways, but I think part of it is kind of rubbing her the wrong way. Besides it being her husband's ex-wife, she's kind of living the dream that Blake could have had if she would have done things the right way. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. Um, and I'm not saying that she could have necessarily done it because she has talent or whatever. I know sometimes I even disagree with you all that I think Blake does have talent, but she's not employing it. um, trying to take the easy way out, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, I've not seen these parts. To be honest, I was watching. Oh gosh, that's going to. Oh, wait.
I'm getting ready for our photo call and press day for Eleanor the Great, film I directed with June Squibb and Aaron.
June Squibb. Yeah. Did I say squid? No, I think I said squib. Um, anyways, that's like so awesome. Check it out. I'll obviously link the link, but I want to see if I think in this one they had Wayfarer. They had these awesome. No, darn it! Yesterday, I almost went live yesterday too, talking about um, the standing ovations. I wonder if they included here. Maybe not. I forget the number. I forget, but it was like a few minutes for sure. Standing ovations. Now, like that's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know what randomly putting. I don't know if he's. I don't think he's part of the movie. Maybe he has to be part of the movie if he's just randomly in these photos. But okay, women are empowered by Wayfarer. I mean, I feel like it's a really kind of odd comment, but yeah, okay. I mean, not saying no. Happy Friday, April. Happy Friday. Anyway, so I'm excited to watch this movie now. Now that I know so little about it, I was going to watch it anyways in support of both Scarlett and Wayfair, but um, yeah, now that I know that this woman, June Squibb, just started her acting career at 90, so they said, I feel in an interview. Yeah, there was an interview. Oh, I didn't save it. I'm like, okay, well, 40 doesn't sound that bad, does it? um, but yeah, in a way, 40 is the worst because when you don't have, you've not lived your life, you've not lived your life, you don't have the whole life ahead of you. You're just like in the middle in this awkward state. But anyways, um, so yeah, so that was like one of my pieces of news. The other one, oh my gosh, this is going to drive me crazy. Why did I do this to myself? Sorry. Oh, also, sorry. I don't know if you were seeing it very well because I changed the layout and I forgot. Um, no, it's pretty good. Okay. So I actually went on a couple of videos. I started one. I completely just got like sidetracked. I'm going to watch all of them. I love this. If you're here, Angel in the background, yeah, fellow subscriber, go check her out. If you're a writer, if you're a filmmaker, if you're like a novel writer, she has some writings on there. In this, some little chapters and some chapters, some books, digital books, so for free. So go check her out. Wanted to mention that. All right, and now what is this one? Oh yeah, so I'll put this as the first appetizer. I couldn't find. I think they changed the video, although that doesn't make sense. But like I told you, I'm not going to like really watch or report on the Diddy trial. I don't want to get like roped into that. Just I don't know in any kind of way, but also just what I've seen even before the trial, it was a little too. It got under my skin a little too much, and it was not a fun feeling. So I'm not sure that I'll watch a lot, but I don't know what made me watch this. Maybe it just came on automatically in the background while I was watching something else. But this was hilarious. This part, if you've not seen it, the Popcorn Planet video that I have is not the one I saw because I saw one with It's Kim as well. And anyways, they were laughing because I had started laughing at this. The applesauce. I feel like that's like it should be the white nails, which I still don't know. Did anyone find out what the whole thing with the white nails is? This trial is bringing out the worst in people. Lots of victim blaming. It's going to be that way. I mean, it is probably the biggest trial since I wasn't even was I born? I don't know. I probably was born, but I was too young to know. Probably since O.J. Simpson, not because um, there's no real same details. I feel like in a way this is worse. If the things that are alleged are true, this is worse. Even though the things that I feel are like worse, most of them are not even illegal, but it's just completely immoral in my opinion. So and it's like so much more. Not to like downplay the hurt that the OJ Simpson thing, did, but I feel like, in the 90s, I mean, people still talk about that. Like, that was like, I mean, I know about that trial and I don't know about any other trial ever. So, like, that's why I'm saying I think the Diddy thing is like the biggest won since then. It's big. It has so many people implicated in it. So many people implicated in it as satellites or like in the actual thing, and like big names. It's just like a lot. There's never been a bigger celebrity in trial for this many bad crimes. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the biggest one, period, probably. So it's going to bring everything from all the corners. But the applesauce thing, so I don't even know who this guy is. I forget. I don't know. You guys probably know better than I do. But I'm guess Anifilo. I don't know how to pronounce his name in English. I'm guessing that he is Diddy's lawyer. Guys, try to hold me to drinking this whole glass. It's not going to happen, but we should try. And also drink some water as well. And David James, I don't know who he is. I don't know. But it's so funny because he was not giving anything. He was like, you want answers? Come and get them. Like, try hard. Because does he have it here? Oh, yeah. What sort of things would he want to always have with him, Diddy? I think in the studio. And he's like ketchup, for example. Like, it just sounds, I haven't heard it. But like, it just sounds hilarious. Like, I'm not giving you much, like, I'm answering your question. Anyways, and then did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? I don't know. It doesn't sound as funny out of context, but if I find the link with both it's Kim and Andy in Andy's or hers, but it was in his Popcorn Planet platform, then I'll include it. Because, like, if you just start at the beginning of this guy's testimony, if you haven't seen it, it's just like hilarious. But yeah, he said, no, but I knew he likes applesauce. And then it takes a hard right into Astroglide and other things. So yeah, just wanted to share that part because I found it funny, but it's not funny that much anymore. It kind of lost its fun humor because I don't know this much about this. And yeah. Anyways, moving on to random things. This is not bad or good news. I mean, it's a good news. It's a good feeling thing, but it's not like, whoa, earth shattering. But I thought it was cool and I clicked on it. I'm like, oh, I should include. So there was a portrait, There was this painting of these kids, and there's a ghost in the painting. I don't really understand because there were two of these paintings, or like there was a photograph of the original painting, and then they painted out this kid, and then that got lost, and then they repainted him. I don't know. Anyways, but it goes through the whole thing. They end up finding the person's name, the child's name, and that I think he was like helping with the kids, and things like that. I don't know. Anyways, just wanted to mention that literally appetizers are literally, I should like rename them to like really hors d'oeuvres, like tapas or whatever is like the smallest appetizer possible. Some will be bigger than others, but yeah, I don't know. So now I believe it's at the Met, hanging at the Met. So I thought, I don't know, some neutral news, if I should say that. I don't know if that's like actually a great one compared. There's another one with the, oh my gosh, with the Afrikaans coming here. But anyways, this is interesting. The interesting part about this is not that this person
and a drowning girl rescued thanks to a man with a drone.
I was shaking pretty bad. It was nerve-wracking. I about cried.
Andrew Smith says he was fishing on Pensacola Beach when he saw a swimmer struggling in a rip current about 100 yards offshore.
I was sitting there, and this girl came running and asking if anybody could swim, and I said,
on the first try.
And I flew it,
battling the rip current for 5 long minutes. Then someone gave Smith a second flotation device.
I lowered it until you could see her hands grab it, and then I lowered it a little more and I released it,
like
and then
little
she climbed on it and
UFOs.
started like floating. If it wasn't for that second drop, she wouldn't have made it. The EMS said she wouldn't have made it. The cop.
Anyways, the weird part to me about this is not this part, is that later they say
Safety officials to look into using drones as lifeguards.
this. We've had drones for how long? And this, in 2025, this prompted officials to think, I wonder if we could use drones to like help lifeguards, not even like to this extent, but even just monitor, the beach and stuff. Now, that might be a little distracting because when you have the monitor in your car and it's not quite the same, I don't know, but at least yes, do something. I can't believe, to me, excuse me, that was like the shocking part. Like, this is what prompted people to look into this. That's amazing. Would be a really helpful idea. Yeah. So I think this is, well, no, I have one more that's kind of like news slash appetizer. And most of today is going to be spent, believe it or not, on Scooter Braun. Yeah, so this was the video that I thought was the one, but then
Bathroom.
I don't think it was.
How do you usually leave your dog? I let him roam. How long had I had a break-in? Cassie called me. So where did you go? To my house, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened because that's the one I clicked on, so I don't know. Because I don't click on many. Maybe it was like combined with this? I doubt it. Anyways. All right. So this piece of news, has anyone seen this or heard about this? This guy literally woke up with a ship, not just a ship, like a cargo ship, like a huge, humongous ship, just next to his house. Could have, I think they say 7 feet from his bedroom or something. Yeah.
Om det du ser her?
At han hadde flaks som gikk på land akkurat der. 5 meter lengre.
I like the politeness. He was lucky he went ashore right there, 5 meters further south. He would have entered the bedroom. I don't know if this was the translator's fault or him saying that, just being that nice.
Syd, og han hadde kommet inn I soverommet. Og det hadde jo ikke vært spesielt hyggelig.
Hva vet du om hva som skjedde?
Nei, det har gått på autopilot fra andre siden av fjorden. Altså ikke tatt til høyre for å kjøre inn til Orkanger, men bare
like
kjørt rett frem mot Byrneslandet. Så der har nok noen...
Like, it looks that way, we don't know, but yeah, I don't know if they show... Yeah, this is literally this guy's thumbnail. And I thought it was this is not photoshopped. This is not photoshopped. This is real. Hi, Maria. Okay. You are on chat. We see you. I don't know. Hi, Maria. All the Marias. But yeah, this is not Photoshop. This is a real picture. And I don't think he has the footage. I saw... Wait, where is it? I saw like in some other news. Let's see, wait. Of course.
Turns into a cherished memory.
It's still not doing it justice. Like, there's
Det var
that
sånn
one where...
halvvåke. Og så
Hi, Maria, welcome. Where
hørte jeg hva
there's like an air shot. And you can see just how... Oh, there you go. That's a little house there. And that's a big ship that literally could have gone... I think what also saved the house is this as well. But it could have gone in there too. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Just the autopilot just didn't turn. Where was the captain, the pilot, the person that's, supposed to be like, hold on a second, weren't we supposed to take that exit a little bit ago? So yeah, I thought this was like crazy. They don't know exactly what happened, or at the time of seeing this like a few hours ago, I didn't see like a concrete like this is exactly what happened, but that's what the guy believes. And also the what's the guy's name with the ship? Where is it? What's going on with shipping? Such an interesting, different YouTube name. He also kind of says the same thing. But yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. And then I thought this was more of a piece of news than it was. Hold on. Where is my chat now? Oh, I don't think, did I? Wait. Okay. This is I thought this was like a piece of news, but it wasn't. This is just clickbait. However, I feel like this person also his title, I think it's a he. I think this is the guy. I'm not sure. I didn't really watch the whole thing. But I'm pretty sure that many Americans would agree, and this is one of them.
Is for the white Afrikaners who are coming to the United States. I think you've already landed here. And I know that some of the folks who met you at the airport told you, welcome, we're so glad you're here. Most of us aren't glad you're here, okay? We don't want you here. We never wanted you here. And furthermore, I noticed they're gonna settle you in Idaho, Ohio, and North Carolina. I will tell you, they're not our finest states. So they're a good fit for you. I understand that many of you are farmers, and I've seen a lot of people say, oh, that's great, we need more farmers. Sorry to say we don't. We actually need farm workers because we've deported most of them. So if you can, put your picking hat on and think about, picking produce, that's largely probably what you're going to be doing here, because I hear you don't have a lot of skills. I would also say that you're not going to have to hold just one job, but probably 2 or 3 to make up for your quality of life that you had back in South Africa. There'll be no servants working for $2 a day. There's none of that here. So you're the servant who's working for $2 a day. So enjoy that. You're gonna have to pay for your health care, and ordinarily, because you're a refugee who's being discriminated against, you would go on Medicaid. But guess what? The Republicans just cut Medicaid. So I don't think you're going to have that option for healthcare.
I love her.
Interestingly enough, we have a ton of Latinos. We're the 2nd largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. So for you, if you could stop speaking that dirty, guttural, whatever it is, German, French, Dutch thing that you speak, that Afrikaans, nobody wants to hear that shit. So you can speak English or you can speak Spanish, which is really the 2nd language here. In terms of other things that you need to know about, the Black people in this country, they don't get fucked with, okay? I know that there's a long legacy of colonialism and all kinds of stuff happening in your country, but our Black folks have sort of been through the fire, if you will, and they're not gonna be fucked with. So you're the minority here. Enjoy. I really hope you like your time here. I'm gonna bet my ass that you're gonna be booking it back to SA probably within the next 12 months.
I mean, I do wonder if they'll stay here. I'm sure they'll find, especially in those states, like she said, they're not our finest. I don't know if I would say not our finest, but yeah, they're definitely a good match if you want to put some white people that just wanted to escape sort of discrimination. And so they might find their way. Hi, P, welcome. Yeah, she roasted them. I love her. I want her to like do this for everything. She just had a way of talking, the nice, calm mom guilt kind of thing. And just, or not mom, teacher, just like very calm, very sweet, but just laying it out really straight. But yeah, I do wonder if they'll go back. Was it what, 12 12 or 20 like there weren't even that many in North Carolina, and there's plenty of racism they can participate in. Yeah. So that's what I started saying. Like if they're really sending them to Idaho, don't know Idaho. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing it for some reason. My accent is coming out. And Indiana is like, well, it depends where. Indiana, Ohio also like, I don't know about Ohio. It depends where. Like if you put them in the middle, and if they're farmers, they're probably going to be in like rural, places. So yeah, I think they'll be fine in that sense. But as far as like privileges, they'll be, I feel like, also kind of fine, because even though she's saying, yeah, like there's been a little bit more, a little less oppression, kind of, or like, I don't know. There's still very much that. So I don't know. I think they're not going to suffer that much. But it depends where they're placed. It depends where they end up. And it depends on so many things. But this is not what we need more of. And I keep saying this. Who's the next country? Who's the next America? Because I feel like America is going downhill. It's losing everything that it stood for, everything that was great about it. Literally making America great again is not happening. It's literally the opposite. So what country will take over what America used to be? And then we can all migrate there. All, many of us. I feel it would be very interesting to see just how many people in America would leave, or like how many people actually don't want what's going on or aren't racist or whatever. Like it would just be very interesting. It's not going to happen like that, obviously. We're not in a video game or whatever, although it feels like we're playing Sims sometimes, or Trump is playing Sims. But yeah, I don't know. I loved how she's approaching it. Yeah. So, oh, yeah, and this is like random, but did YouTube change its algorithm or change its pricing? And so, or are YouTubers becoming more greedy, or because the prices are, skyrocketing, they're not really greedy, but just like they need to make up for that? Because there's more and more ads, and I don't know if it's because of YouTube or because of content creators making more ads play on their video. Because I'm not monetized. Hit the subscribe button if you want, please. Because I'm really curious what's on the other side of this magical monetization. You know that, like, what movie was that? It wasn't Alice in Wonderland, was it? No, it was like a shiny door that you couldn't step it. Oh, crap, Frasier. So many Frasier memories. I watched that show, I think 5 times, front to end. Not kidding. 1 year. In 1 year. 2 years. They were a little apart. Anyways, but they kept wanting to go to the golden door and the silver door, the golden door, the platinum door, and the platinum door. And then they had like another door, and they ended up in the dumpster area of the. They went to a like really exclusive off the map spa. And because they wanted more, they ended up there. So it was one of those things. But I wonder if, that's what is on the other side of this door that, is monetization. To me, April, Frasier is possibly the best. Yeah, the best ever sitcom ever. I laughed at it all of the 5, or I don't even know how many times. I watched it when I was little with my family, and then I watched it in 2018 for like 2 or 3 times, and then I watched it another time or 2 times, I don't know, in 22 or something like that. I wasn't as much fan of Seinfeld. No, I felt like I also just watched it when I was little, and I didn't like it when I was little. I felt like it was more like raunchy and adulty. And Frasier has that, but Frasier's like the importance of being earnest, of raunchiness. It's like the British humor, the British type of stand-up comic versus the American stand-up comic, which is like you don't see it coming and you might even miss it being said, but it's there. And so it feels like not like harder work, but kind of, it doesn't give you 2 plus 2, although I don't think Seinfeld did that too. I don't remember much, but yeah, I know Seinfeld has been like recommended. I'm gonna start watching Seinfeld. um I was gonna say I was gonna do like treat you like a friend. Like you start watching Frasier, I'll start watching Seinfeld, and we'll see what we think about it. Because people have told me that, and because I only have my memories from when I was little, and to me as a teenager or preteen, like Seinfeld did not do anything for me. I might start watching that. But yeah, Frasier is just so witty. It's just so it's like a stand-up comedy, kind of the thing that you get from stand-up comedy, which is like a mirror to life, and you're like laughing because you're like, oh my gosh, we are so dumb as people, kind of thing. I don't know. But that's like one example of the comedy, is like that door, this spa. And just they poke fun at snobbery through Frasier's snobbiness, and I don't know. It's also like heartfelt, and yeah, I don't know. It's cool. Um so yeah, let's see. I think that's all on the appetizers. And we're getting into the meat and potatoes, the soup and meal. I don't know. I love soup as like not an appetizer, but in between. I don't know. I came across this. Oh, I went to this podcast luncheon talk. I don't know, local thing, like, why you should do podcasting for your business. And I'm like, I don't think this is pertaining to me. I don't have a business, whatever. And I was right, but I was right that it was basic, that it really didn't do anything. It didn't really give much information for anyone, even people who were going to apply it into their business. Like, it was the most expensive nonsense. But the one thing that I found out on reflection, I have uh, 3 sets of trigger words: people saying God or Jesus, sales, and business world lingo. And they're really weird. I'm not saying that they match. I'm not saying that they go along, that makes sense. I'm just saying these are like 3 triggers when people say certain things like the bottom line or EBTA, or I don't even know right now, but that business lingo, when people say that, I just get so turned off and my brain shuts off and wants to run away. And the same thing with sales, and the same thing with people, like not necessarily people, it depends on how people talk about it. But when you see those like billboards, like, Jesus can save you or whatever, I'm like, okay, all right. I don't know, it's just so triggering for me. There's also this, I think it's an ad. I don't know. I'm new to Reddit, but this came on to my Reddit, and I that point was actually written from the podcast, not from this. But yeah, Jesus struggled with family, money, and authority. Discover the parallels at hegetsus.com. I'm sorry. Again, this is not, I'm not, for once, I'm not talking about Christians and people who believe in God and in Jesus and all that stuff. This, to me, I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like this is not what Jesus would want. Because this is profiting. I don't know. Or just, like you're adding, I don't know. That feels just like so. I just think so much of that one story in the Bible somewhere, I don't know, where Jesus like trash people who are trying to collect money on the steps of the temple or something. Does it ring the bell for anyone? I don't know my Bible. But that's like anytime I see like that billboard in this, it's like and I love what the Pope said, like it shouldn't be about like conquering with power. It should just be about living in love. And yeah, anyway, so yeah, just random triggers. Random triggers. All right. Blake Taylor and Scooter Braun. Blake Lively. All right. Let's get to that little thing. So, oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I do have one other thing. Trump saying we got to be good to Gaza. I don't know if anyone watched that. He wished Biden well. Probably not written by him because it was so nice, not all camps spelled out, etc. Or he wrote it as himself and not as Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like not as Trump, but as like Donald or something. I don't know. But yeah, like is he getting soft or is I don't know. There's like one thing that was talking about like is it ignorance or is it on purpose? And it's a huge difference. It can kind of lead to similar outcomes, but it is still a huge difference. And I don't know. It's confusing for sure. Humanitarian aid finally is reaching Gaza. Dave Neal, he has that story. If you want to check it out, really, he has the story that CNN posted on their TikTok, but I was honestly, too, like, I don't know, looking for other things that wasn't at the top of my list of what to pull from the internet. So that's good. And then the Jewish Museum victims, that's a very sad story. And also it's this is something I wanted to talk about or to say before this, and I feel like when I saw this piece of news, it just kind of reaffirmed that I like what Dave said, that the Jewish community is not responsible for the actions of the Israeli government. Just like we don't want to be this person that did this wouldn't want to be responsible for our government or whatever. So clearly, if he did that and stuff. So I think that's like something very important that I've shared. I've even talked about this as far as like Russia, like the Russian people, although, yeah, many, just like in Israel, many may support the government, many support the freaking government here in the US. Out of those that support the government and the atrocities that governments do often, it does not necessarily mean that they know what they're supporting. So, like, you take that piece of the pie, then you have not everyone from that. I don't know the percentage, but not everyone of the population of a country or of an ethnicity agrees with what is being done at any given time. And then out of that, like, out of the people who don't agree, also a part of that don't even know what they're not agreeing with, or the consequences or whatever. So I think that's very important to say. I also think it's important to say that I'm kind of confused, and I wonder, this is like a wonderment moment. I wonder the purpose behind withholding humanitarian aid and any kind of aid from Gaza. I don't know if it was just inhumane, just out of cruelty, out of some sort of sadistic thing, or was it out of just, misleading ideas that by withholding the aid, people would turn on Hamas or they would somehow hinder Hamas, when in fact, when you're making people that are already feeling like you're the bad guy, like you're more of a bad guy to them, you're just fueling them to go towards the people that are against you, the terrorist groups or whatever. It just fuels that. So and rebels and protesters and all this stuff. Like, it fuels that. So you're not doing it right. And crimes like these, they're partially like the actions, the such actions of withholding humanitarian aid and talking about taking over, a whole people, a whole piece of land that people have a right to, and all this stuff. That's not going to stop these kinds of hate crimes. And I think that's partial responsibility on the Israeli government, that, governments and people that do things like this don't want to take that partial responsibility. It's the responsibility of each person to not do these things. But at the same time, there's also the social responsibility that we affect each other, and the government affects us, we affect the government, and so forth and so on. So we don't live in a vacuum. We cannot just like blame people like, well, it was just them. It was just their mental health, or they were, indoctrinated, or they just were evil, or whatever. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. Most people are not evil. Most people act in evil ways because they are pushed to it, and because they're left no choice, or so they interpret it. So yeah, I think it's a conversation on both of those things. Yeah. So, all right. Weird pivot now to Blake Lively. The subpoena was withdrawn. I think we all know that. It's been a while. Sorry. I was going to, like I said, I kept wanting to, do middle of the week things, lives, but yeah. She has a new hair mist out because why not? I don't know. To me, it sounds really detached from reality. This, I think, to me, is the thing that sounds most detached from reality. Even if you are right, even if you are a victim, even if you are on the right side of the truth, if you are saying the truth, if you really believe it, etc., etc., I'm sorry. And even if you're winning, if I don't know what they think, but even if you really subscribe to those things, all of them, even, I don't think in anyone, like no one with the right mind or the right connection to everyday life would think to just launch a new product right now to the hair care line that suffered controversies, smear campaign or not. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like at the end, at the least, the hair care line match of like launching it with a movie, I feel like, and I don't buy the BS that, oh, it's a whole business, so you can't really control the launch date. That is the biggest BS ever. That is literally not how businesses work. Businesses work launching products exactly when they feel like is the best time and in the best way to launch the product. There is no need. It's not like a ship that's just floating like that one in Norway. Yeah, it's just floating and just aimlessly doesn't have power or direction or whatever. And it's like, well, it shows up when it shows up. No. So, because I remember her saying that somewhere. I don't have it right now with me. But yeah, I found this clip though to start on a liver, more lovely note. Uh, Talk about bad marketing. Oh gosh, this sucks. When are you when are you getting your hair done? Oh, when you are getting your hair done, I think they want to say. All right, TikToker. And then Blake Lively walks in, then she ends up finishing the job, and you leave with the best blowout ever. So basically, she didn't do anything. But let's watch this whole thing. She's in the back, just talking. She's getting her hair done. This is all that Blake does. And tell me, oh, I love cleaning. I like a late night cleaning too. Tell me that this is not fake, and I don't swear, but it's on the tip of my tongue, so I'm going to say it. AF. It's not even, it's kind of like, middle ground swearing. Uh, the way that she's doing this, it reminded me of how badly she was acting in the scene with her character's child in It Ends With Us. The behind the scenes with the swing that she was trying to push the little kid on the swing, and it looked like the most awkward thing. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but to me it looked like she had zero connection with this child, and yeah, she was literally just faking it. This looks even worse. But yeah, literally did nothing. Nothing. She couldn't even say, this TikToker couldn't even say that, and Blake couldn't even like pretend to like blow dry her hair a little bit or something. She just like sat there talking like, oh yeah, let me just like fake, you know. Whatever. Anyways, what's next? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Crystal Ball came through with this clip. I told you guys last time, or one of the last times, about this clip. I think Melanie had it, and then it wasn't anywhere on her channel that I could see. And then we have it. We have it again. Why does she need to do all that posturing? Yeah. Yeah. Need to, I think, is a strong word. I am going to play this again because although, like we're right now, we don't know what to think about Taylor Swift. Some interesting things with like Scooter Braun and some interesting things with things. But when this came out, I remember, I think again, it was Melanie. I don't know for sure. I remember the person saying, is she lying? I may have said this. I've already shown this in one of my lives previously too, but is she lying about Taylor's involvement, or is Taylor lying about, well, at that time we didn't know what Taylor would say, but yeah.
Did you have to make some calls? There were a lot of calls made for a lot of songs in this movie. Honestly, like this movie, I think that like when you see it, it feels like a big, beautiful summer movie, but
and there's that line too. It feels like a big, beautiful summer movie, but it's really DV.
Like we didn't have any budget.
That's not what she said. She said, but we didn't have any budget. Not even one tiny ounce of like, but this is a serious movie. No.
So there were a lot of favors and a lot of begging, and your niece for Taylor. I mean, honestly, she was with me on this experience the whole time, all throughout it. So like, she really lived this with me.
She says it 3 times in all the different possible ways. Because at first you might say, oh well, maybe it's just for this part. And then she says it again. Okay, that's expanding her role. And then she says it again. She lived this with me. She really lived this with me. Okay, so it means that Blake told her everything. I don't know what everything is. I don't know everything is. I mean, Mandy was saying that her source says that they saw the text messages between Taylor and Blake, and this is so alleged. It's not even, again, alleged. It's like hearsay, like I have no idea. This is the game of telephone right now, but I feel like I need to share it. I have my responsibility to share it. Also 100 views, but not 100 viewers. I appreciate you stopping by, for everyone who's just stopping by and then clicking out. But anyway, so yeah, I heard her say, Mandy, oh, I don't have her thing up. Her source saw the text messages between Blake and Taylor, and apparently, supposedly, super hypothetical or whatever, allegedly, Taylor or Blake said to Blake that her and Ryan just don't like Justin because he's a douche, and they just want to screw with him for a week. And then Taylor found out that it wasn't just for a week, and it wasn't just like innocent, however innocent that could be, and she like pieced out of that. I find that really hard to believe. In my, like, that's just me. That feels like such a stretch. I'm not necessarily a stretch that they felt that way, but that kind of communication and that I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I think too highly of these people. Maybe it's my fearful avoidant who just assumes that people speak better. That no one talks that at that level when you're that rich. Okay, In Frame with Mandy Magnum is the
Today I'm going to teach you.
gosh. If you guys saw this, like, I wonder if this is the same people. Yep. If you see this, I would highly encourage, like, please report, because this is for sure a scam. It's always in Brazil. It's always something like this. I actually don't know if it's exactly the same. I don't think it's the same exact advertiser, but they're the same ads, the pink salt ads. Have you guys seen that? And this one's with vinegar. It's AI generated. The people you can see, the women are not actually saying what they're saying. They're completely AI generated and the whole thing. And it's also, I feel like, harmful potentially, like health-wise. Pink salt diet to lose like 30 pounds overnight or something. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like encouraging reporting of something is bad, but I'm just saying like consider doing your due diligence, and if you feel like this is really harmful, report it. So she was saying, let's see if she
too far. To this day, they are still pushing and going too far. And that is why she went running from. But allegedly, Taylor Swift had no idea that they meant ruin his. Ryan were like more involved. Blake Lively asking Taylor Swift to delete all of their messages. And this is what it says. Tay Swizzy was more involved in the penthouse incident than the innocence she claims. The rest was a shock to her. Essentially, Blake and...
That's pretty easy to believe. That is easy to believe. I'm pretty sure at one point, whether it was like 2 months ago or like 2 years ago, it probably did like click for Taylor, like, this is not actually good. I don't know.
And Ryan were like, we don't like this guy. He's a douchebag. Help us F with him. Like, we want to ruin his week. So, okay, in Mean Girl style kind of stuff, you know, it's very Mean Girl-ish, but allegedly, Taylor Swift had no idea that they meant ruin his life. So when she showed up at the penthouse, it was just, she thought, you know, shake him up a little bit, rattle him a little bit, because, you know, her bestie doesn't like him. She thinks he's a clown and a creep, as per Blake's own text messages. But then when she realized that they really meant to ruin his life, not just his week, she went running from them after that because she wanted no part in this destruction of an innocent bystander. And that is why she's taken the path of silence and is playing ball with Justin's team.
I also want to take a moment to say, why is everyone just so sure? Am I the only one who saw that, you know, withdrawal of the subpoena and Blake's team saying no comment, or Venable saying no comment, one of them, I forget. I just feel very uncomfortable. Maybe I'm like too critical thinking now, because I just feel uncomfortable to shout it from the rooftops like so many people. Like, I am sure that this means that they're collaborating, that they actually are volunteering information for Wayfarer. Excuse me, that Wayfarer got what they were looking for. I'm sure. Are you sure? I forget who was saying like two things are possible. I don't know if it was Lauren or not actually Golden. I forget. Two things that are actually possible. A, I think it was not actually Golden. A, they got what they were looking for and they don't need it anymore. B, they didn't get it. And either way, we'll probably find out. I think that's like the most that we all can know at this point. I just feel very uncomfortable, and it's leaning a little bit like we've lost the critical thinking part, and we lost the I don't know if a lot of us were very unbiased in general as people, whether you were like team Blake at first and then switched, or you were team Justin like the whole way through. And I am going to use those terms. But I think, you know, like when you're like just so sure, like I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm missing something. But to me, that's not clear. In reading the Venable the court document or whatever withdrawal, it wasn't just because someone said it in the Daily Mail and the Daily Mail seems to be accurate or has like good sources on the inside with Wayfarer, like that doesn't mean anything. One of the things we see is in articles here and everywhere, like every article, sometimes both parties are involved in the article. They're feeding information to the reporter. Or like, you know, one article is saying this and the other is saying that, depending on the party. And it's like, oh, okay, some things are more clear, like the subpoena, you know, thing that was a little bit more clear. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're only speculating at the iceberg underneath. Yeah, like we don't know so much. We don't know so much. And we may never see any of this. Even if this is true, we may never see any of this because it might be the reason why the subpoena was withdrawn. So if Taylor and Venable provided any information to Wayfarer that was helpful, and maybe it was even like the most helpful thing ever, it might be under the not expectations. Like when you negotiate under the not guys, whatever, that Taylor will not be dragged further into this. Like, here, I'll give you all of this if you promise to not drag me at all. If you promise not to further subpoena or depose me or something. Who knows? I don't know. So terms, yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I wanted to believe that Taylor was tricked into that meeting. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, we still don't know. Just again, she says Mandy believes her source. She says that her source is really she's not let her down in accuracy and stuff. I also feel like if this is true, I feel like it's not a good source. Almost feels is it Brutus? I started watching this really crappy show, by the way, Overcompensating. I would not recommend it. I would spare you the scarring of that show. Maybe not. Maybe you're into that stuff. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, so I watched it through, but it was not really worth it in the end. But they had this like Caesar moment and whatever. I don't even know the story. Gosh. I used to know so much and all of it just like flew away. It just feel like Judas or whatever, you know, that kind of person. Like, I don't know that this person should be saying these things if this is true. I don't know. I have a hard time believing this text message or this paraphrasing of the text message. Yeah, I don't know. But you heard it from me, from Mandy. Check her out. She has some cool videos. And you said, April, you said you love her. So, yeah, she's pretty cool. So, I'm going to put that somewhere. Where did it go? Wait, hold on. Just to like... Oh, okay. Yeah, we were on this video, this lovely video. Oh my gosh. I made the wrong choice, the mistake to maximize it. And then Apple just does its own thing. Okay. All right. The other part, did I finish this video talking about this video?
Yeah, she was, you know, she's a person who shows up for you, and I'm so grateful to have that love and that support. But yeah, there were other people too that I.
Yeah, anyways. Meanwhile, talk about text messages without a crystal ball.
The viral 30-second ping.
this just has written all over it, like, just terrible for your health. Like, you might end up in the hospital. She got the text messages. She submitted for them through the court or something, and she got the text messages that Blake supposedly has or something from Jen's phone, or I don't know.
In the state of California. I have a full FOIA request, which gave me every single document from the CRD. And I can tell you for a fact that these exhibits were never filed with the CRD. These were published by the LA Times, and they were also attached in the New York Times. And on the very first page of this, a text message that she literally is ignoring and proves Ryan Reynolds' involvement. And it also proves why Mr. Baldoni, Justin, began documenting everything that was happening. I mean, all conceiving. When they were fighting over the cut of the film, and Blake was fighting about editing, and they were doing these screenings to see whose cut would be won
in May,
and like what audience liked better. Was it going to be Justin's cut or Blake's cut? And when she was making all of these threats about not putting Taylor Swift's song in the trailer, withholding signing her, they were trying to get more and more control over.
Oh my gosh, sometimes the way some people talk, which I'm pretty sure why I don't have a big audience. I'm not one of those concise talkers. Basically, she's talking about this. He blocked you. Is he a 12-year-old girl? I mean, that's how I think about these people blocking each other too. Like, oh yeah, they unfollowed Joe Alwyn and they blocked him, and okay, all right. I'm pretty sure I actually don't know, but based on the little I know about Joe Alwyn, he probably thought the same thing about them. This kind of behavior is ridiculous and part of the whole plan to keep chipping away at you because they know you will notice this kind of stuff and then likely acquiesce more to her demands. This was on May 17th, 2024. So when she was saying about the different cuts of the movie. We can put the plan down on paper and work with Jamie and Ashmi to make sure we have all of the documentation needed of what happened on set, who witnessed what, and who would be our allies to go on background if needed to shut down her claims. And then a timeline of everything Wayfarer did to ensure it was a safe set, etc. We will get through this together. And then Justin said, yes, thank you, blocked me, and Wayfarer. I mean, these people don't go have like actual HR complaints, but they block people and studios on Instagram or maybe phone. I don't know. Actually, this is not very clear on where they got blocked, but either way. It's probably on the phone now that I think about it, which makes it even, like, worse. That's so stupid. Anyway, so that's what she was talking about. And I think basically she just talks over her sharing the whole thing. So I'll link this video. I haven't watched it. I watched it only up to that point, like I said. Oh, because, yeah, she deleted evidence or something. Now I wish that I would have watched it. Let's see if I can find the right place.
Mostly irrelevant. I thought, that's so weird. Why is Ryan so deeply entrenched in something that literally would have been taken off the phone? Suggesting that there were two separate formats used to extract data from that phone. Suggesting that she had two separate methods that provided her information. Meaning, before it was ever forensically extracted, she was given screenshots. She has a screenshot in there, the exhibits, where it's, I don't even know, it doesn't have a date. It's got to be maybe in August, and it's between Justin and Jen. The photo is a screenshot because it was obviously taken on the phone because it says today at 6:15 a.m. And there's no way that Blake had access to this phone on August 1 or 2 of the
Spring into home improvement with...
Sorry, guys. about the ads on other people's channels.
From the phone, the rest look like they're extracted from data. But she's got a couple screenshots that Blake put in those exhibits, which is the good morning, I'm not feeling that protected. And it's clear that Jen Abel took a screenshot of that and then sent it to Melissa Nathan that same day. And so she sent a screenshot of what Justin told her, and then they have it in their timeline of relevant events, which shows the full context of Jen sending this text to Melissa to show her what Justin is saying. But because they didn't have that string of text messages for whatever reason, and that on the cloud, a screenshot then phone. Federal and state law prohibits the unauthorized accessing copies to extract, which Blake Lively provided. And this proves that Stephanie Jones was accessing the phones. One of the screenshots that Blake Lively provided in the CRD complaint that she also provided in her amended complaint proves that Stephanie Jones was accessing the phone's cloud and data, not the stored information, but the data from the iMessages and the data from her phone. Because there's a screenshot included in her complaint, in her exhibits. It's from Jen Abel to Justin. And it says, this is what we would need. And at the top of it, you see it says today at 12:06 p.m.
Oh my gosh. I love her. For some reason, I cannot follow her talking. I don't know. It's like, get to the point. There's
Well,
so many
weird.
words.
Why would she
Which I know it's ironic coming from you.
something that happened today? Timeline. Does Blake Lively have a screenshot? Her
I want
iCloud.
to see this
Over
title,
and
though.
over did not vest Jones Works with right to extract Jen's personal data from her simultaneous receipt of emails is interception under the federal wiretap. So screenshot from somebody else's. Their motion to dismiss is so well put together.
Okay, I feel like maybe I'm just not, obviously I'm just trying to be fast on this, but like, I feel like this title is again clickbait. I don't see I don't see deleted evidence. Like, she even said some of these screenshots that she's talking about prove that it was through iCloud, not through the extraction method or whatever. Excuse me. Was already included in the CRD complaint and in the article. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing something. But yeah, blocking him on the phone would be crazy work. Yep. You had that man on your job. Yeah. just blocking a man and a business on your phone at 40 some years old, at 30 some years old, is crazy. But I don't know if these people are mature besides their skin, their like face, their like appearance. Maybe it makes that alleged text from Blake or Ryan to Taylor a bit more like plausible, because again, I think like, well, a 30-year-old and a 40-year-old, and the way that they have kids, they have businesses, like they wouldn't talk like that. They're adults. And I maybe am just so wrong in that. I don't know. Ryan said he adored him. Yeah, such BS. That whole like endless chain random like text message, probably what he sent Michele as well, but then they didn't need to ambush Michele yet. They're already doing their job with Justin. I would have gotten caught because I'm good at sending screenshots to the wrong people when I'm talking about them. I am so tired now. I have to think, like, who am I sending it to? And usually I don't send like bad things or that I'm talking about this person that I'm sending it to. But like I send things that are personal, that they're meant for my friend, to my mom, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. Not like personal, but just like personal thoughts, ideas, emotions, whatever. I don't know. And it also feels like, so I can only imagine the stress that you were feeling when you were doing that, April. This is wild. They're despicable. Yeah. I'm not an iPhone user, but my phone is synced to my cloud, so I get what she's saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm an iPhone user, and I was actually searching for my phone. I don't know where my phone is, so I could turn off the light for the parakeets air purifier. But that sounds so it's like I have a problem. Yeah, I have everything, yeah, synced to the iCloud. Yeah, that would suck. It's yeah, I don't know how that, I don't know. To me, it's so hard to imagine this happening. It's just so hard to imagine it happening. Connecting your iCloud, like your work, and especially when you know this person's shady and what you're doing, the world that you live in as PR is shady and it's cutthroat and stuff. Like I feel like that would make it even for me even more likely to keep all those separate. So it's really hard to like put myself in that mindset, but I don't know. I don't know. It sucks for sure. And if they did delete, and so because I understood they deleted it from the phone, from the iCloud. If that's the case, that's kind of messed up. Um, I mean, but why would they even do that? I don't know. I don't even know. Sometimes I don't get these people at all. Sometimes they don't make any sense. I have this on. Oh, yeah, yeah. I have this on my little intro to Blake Lively topic that I didn't get to because it was actually further down. Blake Lively is absolutely the female Trump. And I don't remember why I said that, but I've said that so many times already. Yeah. Complaints from past employees of Preserve. Yes, that literally, I think we were live and then I got into bed. Or maybe it was like Tuesday. When did that come out? Tuesday? Wednesday? No, it wasn't Wednesday. And I saw Melanie go live from like going to bed. She's like, I was about to go to bed, so you're not going to see me, but I'm reporting this. So I watched her whole video on that, and then I couldn't watch anyone else's because it was literally the same thing, and it was a little too much. But that's wild. I feel like if it wasn't quite again a tiny bit clickbaity as far as everyone's titles because Blake didn't have the affair. Although we don't know anything. All of it is alleged based on people that are supposedly talking to this reporter at Daily Mail. Was it Daily Mail? Pretty sure. And yeah, but if all of that is true, it is really messed up. It wouldn't surprise me because it would not surprise me. Creating a business is not that glamorous. It's not that on the up and up all the time. It's messy. You would expect people with so much money to not be this messy, but also at the same time, maybe even more because they feel entitled. They feel like nothing can hurt them. They can just do whatever, and they're not really considerate of real life issues like paying for, your drive or subway or train into work, things like that. But yeah, the affair that her brother allegedly had with one of them, not looking great. Is it shocker? No. I would not be surprised if that's true. What else was in there? I meant to include this on here, but I didn't. It was interesting that the team got together trying to talk to Blake, like, hey, Blake, this is going on, save us. and instead she kind of had her brother's back. My guess is also that they were mostly women working. I don't know, just based on the brand, I would imagine, and stuff. But so, like, that would show also that Blake does not care for women. If that's true, allegedly, to all of this. And then, yeah, the photo shoot. I think Melanie was getting from that article, her impression was that they were insinuating that Blake was drinking, that she keeps saying that she doesn't drink alcohol and blah, blah. Her skin kind of says like she does something. I don't know, but that skin does not mature that fast by not sitting in the sun for too long or drinking too much or smoking, like something. I don't know, all of the above. It could be bad genes, but also like with her money, she could do something about that. So I don't know. But I believe her that when she says she doesn't drink. J-Lo also says she doesn't drink. She also has an alcohol brand. And the alcohol brand for Blake, we have to also be fair that it only came, it was only started, it's just so ridiculous, with It Ends With Us premiere. It was in summer of 2024 that Betty Booze came to life. And before that, she had a non-alcoholic brand, so Betty Buzz. So I don't know. I feel like that's plausible. I don't see why she would. She doesn't, her coming out disheveled doesn't mean that she was drinking, but I guess that's what she understood from it. I'm not a drinker, so my brain didn't jump to that. I just imagined Blake could care less about anything, and she was like, "Oh, just sleeping in, not really caring, and all that stuff." That was my interpretation. For the one photo shoot that she styled, I found it interesting that they brought up the bracelets because she does seem to have something with a lot of bracelets. But that made me think, like, are they saying that now because of what we know, has been said about her and Isabella Ferrer and all that stuff? Like, oh, she hijacked Isabella Ferrer because she put all these bracelets on her, and I'm like, well, I think, look at her. I think that's just her style. She just thinks that looks good. Doesn't see that it's Isabella's arm is drowning in those bracelets. They don't make that much sense. But yeah, I also realized that was like an obscure storyline, so probably not influenced much by that. Right, you're not some scrappy startup, handle business like a grown up. Yeah. Well, they were a scrappy startup. Preserve was a scrappy startup, even though they had the money, but they didn't have the business degrees. Oh, man. It sounds like all the rich people shows, like 90210. I don't remember Gossip Girl being like this. I don't think either of them started something, but 90210, both the old and the new, I feel like it is very much in that kind of mindset where they would just like start businesses or just do grown up things, and they were not handling them well because they were really not. They were just doing it thinking they can do anything because they have the money, the parents have the money, whatever. There's money there, and they don't need to like know actual business degrees or something. Business degrees, you know what I mean? Business, yeah, you don't have to have a degree in a way, but like same thing with acting. You don't have to have an acting degree, but you have to do the work. You have to put in the work. You have to study. You have to know things. Yeah. You might not need a whole degree, but you need definitely to learn something. It's not like you wake up one day and you just do a business or you just start acting, that's like extremely rare, if that. I'm reconsidering your job quote has been used by her more than once. I don't remember that one. Reconsidering your job. That's the one thing I don't remember. Where has she used it before? controlling people often not drink. Yeah, like if she's someone that wants, yeah, you're right. If she's someone that's controlling, that she needs to be aware, have her wits about her all the time, she would not feel like drinking is her thing. Um, yeah, I love the 90210 reboot. Yeah, I liked it. Um, it was one of the better ones. They did a Gossip Girl one. I didn't watch it because it was like on HBO or somewhere where I'm like, I'm not paying for this. It also kind of looked bad. But I was a fan of Gossip Girl. There were a few other reboots. I don't know. This is probably no one, but Rebelde, the Mexican version. Oh my gosh, talk about obsessed. I loved 90210 reboot. I loved both of them. Sorry. I watched on Pluto. I watched the old one. But yeah, Rebelde was my jam in high school. That's how I learned Spanish, honestly, because high school Spanish in the US is not going to teach you much. And like 3 months into watching Rebelde, I was like just catching everything. I was used to like them speaking fast and all the stuff. But yeah, and of them love that they're kind of getting back together. Um, so yeah, that was me back in the day. And then I also liked the remake of Rebelde. I need to somehow. I'm meeting up with someone next week to talk about film and things and brainstorm and maybe collaborate and think of things. Um, but I'm kind of so at a loss almost that why do shows suck now? They're hypersexualized, I feel like, but then not. Like even Frasier, like when you're actually listening and looking at these shows and not just like playing them from memory, yeah, Wings, there's all these shows like, whoa, like I thought they were all these PG people back then, but they weren't. Cheers. Um, so if it's not that, like, what is different? Something so different, and sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know. Anyways, it was quoted in the Daily Mail article, and they said she said it on the set of IU. I'm reconsidering your job. Yeah, okay, I'll take your word for it, honestly. Also because like all of it is hearsay, so yeah, that's kind of weird to say. That's messed up. That's so awful. That's an awful thing to say. I'm reconsidering your job. I watched the Gossip Girl reboot, and even though it was not great, I got invested. Bad acting, bad acting. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you get invested. I want to do a web series of more than 8 episodes, and I think a lot about it has to be good, which I don't know with my zero budget, $0 budget, how good that will be, and lack of people. But I do think that sometimes you get like overcompensating. I think it's such a crappy show. Like at least like topic wise, the subject is like really cool, but the way that it was like performed, produced, whatever, that part is not really cool. But then you're into it and you're like, well, I'm curious what happens for this one particular storyline, even though I like 90% I don't like, but I would need to watch it for this 1%. Or I don't have anything else and this is familiar. I've already watched 3 episodes. Let me, keep watching it because it's familiar. I don't know if that was kind of the same investment that you felt, April. But yeah, I would probably be curious, but it just looked dark and I don't know. I liked Gossip Girl because it was light. It was not light like, ooh, I'm lighthearted, but like light. Like Harry Potter, first Harry Potter, and then everything else. The first Harry Potter is like, ooh, this is awesome, and it's bright and light. And then second Harry Potter comes out, being blue, filter everything through blue, through like just pitch darkness. Everything is just dark. It's like these are like teenage people. Come on, people. That's something I don't want to watch Euphoria and all these like teen dramas because it's all just like so dark. I don't know. Just hired a bunch of models, and you could tell. And you're making me curious now to watch it. Maybe I'll find it off in some sort of internet land. New hair care products. Oh, I said also know when you lost. When you're in the wrong, go away, which will apply to later, just not much later, when we get to the Scooter Braun of it all. All right. Yeah, and this is I said this about Taylor Swift. Is if Taylor's side is collaborating, so we're moving into Taylor land, whatever. Let me click that. If Taylor's side is collaborating with Wayfarer's side, as it's being alleged all through the media, you could say, how could Blake put out such a huge headline of Blake defense friend Taylor? I almost called her Tyler. Taylor, blah, 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 blah. Like this headline. How Blake Lively fiercely defends friend Taylor Swift after latest development in Justin Baldoni lawsuit. The first thing that I thought about was kind of what I wrote. Why would she say this? Why would her team put this out there if she knows that Taylor is not on her side? Taylor does not like her. Why would she say that they're not friends? The moment that you have to say you're not something, I feel like it's safe to say you are that something. Or you're not that something. If you have to double negative it, yeah. So how would someone have such an audacity to say something? And also, again, not because you're saying that about just anyone, but this is Taylor Swift, and this is like above the pressure of, I don't know, saying the truth about that person, because she's freaking Taylor Swift, and like it or not, she is pretty darn powerful. And does Blake think that she's more powerful? Which she might be. The Monday's live, I think we were talking about WME and how it might not be necessarily Blake and Ryan that are the entities that are causing people to be afraid to speak out more publicly, like the crew from It Ends With Us and so forth. But it might be WME, because they're a huge, powerful, very influential talent management company, right? So if Blake feels like, well, we got WME in the palm of our hands, or we're buddy or whatever, and they have our back, then we're much more powerful than Taylor. Maybe that's what she could be thinking. Maybe this is true. Again, we don't really know what happened with the subpoena and what didn't happen, and what's happening and what is not happening with Taylor and Blake and all that stuff. I imagine also that it might be very frustrating if indeed Taylor's side of things and her view of things is, I'm not friends with this person and I feel betrayed. And what was the other word that she used? Betrayed and used by this person. One of the sources of Taylor's saying that to one media outlet. If that's true, and this person is basically saying, no, they are friends, like, that would infuriate me even more. That would make it so much worse. You take it from like, oh, maybe we can work things out when things die down, to like, oh no, you didn't. Now it's war. Now we're never making up. We're never, ever getting back together, Blake. So I don't know. To me, that's even more of an issue than someone calling someone a dragon. Although, yeah, I can understand. Like, I wonder if that wasn't, a big deal still. I don't know. We know so little at the same time. And so my kind of thing with this headline was, I also assumed, I remember when the CRD complaint came out, that one person would never lie in such a legal document. And then we find out what is put in legal documents and complaints doesn't have to be factual. It needs to be just like your perspective. And if you're wording it right, you can not necessarily me and my double negatives now. You may not necessarily be held to those words as much because you're like, well, that's what I thought. I guess I was wrong, you know? So, I mean, this is also something different. This is quite, direct, but at the same time, this is not legal. This is media article. They might say, well, no one can even point to us that we said this. I mean, I don't know who would say that. Blake wasn't the one, and her team wasn't the one making this headline, but I don't know. That might just be me. And I also said I wouldn't put it past anyone in Blake's shoes to put out fake headlines, especially like someone in this kind of having this kind of power, this type of power, and career, especially if she had the audacity to play her sorry to play her BFF as it's been alleged, like play her, not like to act as her, but to play games with her. So yeah, Taylor, honestly, when I started this, putting together this this stream. Oh, by the way, I will be covering the AMAs. Swifties, I feel like I'm so removed from Swiftyland. I was in that land for between 2019, something like that. Lover to 2 years ago. 2023. So that was my Swiftland era. I'm removed from it, so I don't know. But I hear on the grapevine of Reddit and other YouTube videos that she might announce Reputation, Taylor's version at the AMAs. The whole Scooter Braun thing is going to be interesting how that plays into it, if that's true. And I will get to that in a moment. So I had this theory. I don't think I actually said it to you guys last week. I think I was thinking Reputation. It's been a while. Everyone was so confused. I was confused last year. Why is she not launching Reputation? That was the last one that I think that's the last one that she hasn't launched. And it would have made sense if she was like going to wrap it up with her Eras tour, right? And instead she gave us oh my gosh, I almost said the toiletry paper department. That doesn't make even any sense. Toiletries are like perfumes and things, and like toilet paper. Okay. Anyways, the tortured poets department, right? I'm sorry. I got really like humored by my own humor. The toiletry paper department. So she released that and said, anyways, when I started thinking about when the whole thing was happening with Freedman and the subpoena and the affidavit, that's when I think I started thinking, what if, because up to that point, honestly, I felt like Taylor was absolutely in all of this. Maybe not to a terrible extent, but to a lot of an extent. And that she wasn't Team Baldoni or whatever. I still don't know what team she's on, if any of the teams. I think it might be a disappointing she's on neither team. Someone on the Reddit world was saying, I hope, I think it was on Reddit or was it on YouTube? I hope that Wayfarer directs the next Taylor music video. And I'm like, I mean, I think that would be the best socially, the best move if indeed Taylor knows Justin's side is the real side. That would be just Reputation 2.0 towards Blake and anyone who wants to cross Taylor. Yeah, and also to me, I'm gonna say this, it would also unify, it would heighten and amplify and better feminism, because it will unify men and women towards that common goal of equality, of gender equality, and it would just be a level up. That's in my mind, that's like how I would think if I would be Taylor Swift. It would level up my feminism. It's like, feminism 2.0, new version. You don't want to like just stay in the same thing because that's ignorance. It's not going to be better. Just level up, like Sierra's song. Anyways, but yeah, I was thinking, what if she waited to release Reputation? Because with Taylor's versions, she releases vault tracks. However, some vault tracks I've heard, because I would watch Swiftologist all the time, even though I sometimes don't agree with him, but I just love how he talks. And I loved how like professional he made everything. He had like his references and PowerPoint or whatever his script he was reading from, and it was just, I don't know, loved it. And he talked fast, so it helped. But yeah, and I believe some people say that the vault tracks are not necessarily from that specific time period, but they were maybe written later on, but they fit that theme of that album. So wouldn't it be weird, but wouldn't it be interesting? And this is such a far-fetched theory. This is conspiracy, Taylor Swift conspiracy land kind of theory, that Taylor knew about, like that text from, or Mandy paraphrased, that Taylor knew that these people were not on her side, and she knew that they were going to go after Justin and Wayfarer and all that stuff. And I don't know if she knew about the dragon thing. And she was like, I think I might have more to say that would match the theme of Reputation, because it matches so perfectly well what's going on right now and how she's being dragged. I mean, I think Ashley Brianna was saying, you could not make this. You could not create this. This is lightning in a bottle. As far as marketing, as far as her like, yeah, and she waits, she strategizes releases and things like 2 years in advance. So what made her delay her Reputation? Was it this whole thing? Was it because she felt, maybe didn't know necessarily much, but she had like an inkling that she would have something that would make her release of Reputation, Taylor's version, better? Something coming up that would make sense. I would not be surprised that there would be some sort of intuition like that, but I wouldn't also be not surprised if there wasn't. That's my little thing. Yeah, and the way that I said it was, I wonder if Taylor has been waiting to release Reputation in light of the potential rift between her and Blake, or even in light of her BFF's experience. I will say that everyone, I loved how everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is a message to Trump, when she gave Look What You Made Me Do to Handmaid's Tale. That's a show I should watch, I guess, but it's not interested in me. But I guess I could try it out, because I guess it's like political, kind of like Star Trek was political or social, whatever, but it was like under the guise of aliens. But yeah, I just compared those two. I don't know, does it have aliens? Maybe it has aliens itself. What if she's trying to force Taylor to reach out to refute, then try to change her mind and make up? I maybe, again, maybe it's just me. I would not have that thought. That's such a high risk. I don't think you can force Taylor's to do anything. And I'm not talking about refuting. Like, sure, like she could speak about it. She can comment like, no, we're actually not friends. But I'm saying like to try to change her mind and make up. I don't think you can do that. And I'm going to get a little bit astrological on you, even though I'm not that much into astrology, but the little I am into it. Taylor and I are both Sagittarians. And also, honestly, I think it's not even that. It's just listening again to all her albums since Lover or since Reputation, because I did go back and listen to Reputation. And I feel like I know her. Hi, Palaver girl. Welcome. I feel like we're similar in many ways. You could not get me to change my mind and make up with like manipulation doesn't really work. Manipulation on me works like on anyone before I know it. But once I know it, there is no way. I do give people a lot of chances, a lot of chances. I think Taylor probably gives people less chances. I don't know, based on Joe Alwyn stuff, like I don't know. But yeah, I don't think there is a universe where that could happen unless they're not that much at a rift, unless either it's more gray area for Wayfarer and Lively sides, like both sides are a little bit more, the truth is somewhere in the middle, unless Taylor was part of it more and a willing participant in it more and she doesn't see anything wrong with it, unless, and it's not gray area, but it's really just wrong on Lively side, unless it's, I think those are the only two options that might work. I think Blake is just doing this for us. I don't think she's doing this for Taylor. It would be just, I feel like, dumb. You're just egging her on. You're pushing her away more. And I don't know. But again, like, do they think that much? I don't know. I don't know. But that's a theory. That's something for sure. All right. Full on Taylor mode here. I started screenshotting things because of ads and whatever's, and I forget what was I looking for in this article. I don't even remember. I think the article is a TMZ article, this one. I don't know. Baldoni has now withdrawn the paperwork seeking information from Swift about what she knew about what she knew about former friend Lively's war with the actor, with an insider exclusively revealing the reason for the drastic move. They said Justin Baldoni's attorney, Bryan Freedman, dropped the request for the subpoena, and the reason for doing this is very simple. Excuse me. That's not a comma. That should be semicolon. They got exactly what they were seeking. Either semicolon or just straight out colon. But yeah, there's some just personal one moment of grammar police over here. So yeah, that's like one side of things. The other side of things, and I believe it came from this. Justin Baldoni withdraw subpoena! 3 exclamation marks. I do love that dress actually. Blake has had some nice outfits. And then Venable was saying no comment in one of the places. I like how this is kind of made to the media, like, oh, this was about a song. Like, no, it's not. It's literally nothing to do with the song. The song is not mentioned as anything to do with the subpoena or anything. Or yeah, wanting to depose Taylor. Any of that had nothing to do with the song being used, and it had to do with Taylor being at the meeting at Blake's and Ryan's penthouse. That was pretty much what. And then in Blake's words, Taylor was with me. She really lived the whole thing, the whole experience with me. What? I don't know what I stepped into. I stepped into Reddit world. That's what I stepped into. I was up the other night, and my second run into Reddit. This doesn't make much sense now. It made sense more at that time of night. The car seat, which still isn't fixed, bottle feeding their 2-year-old infant formula, hooking her up to iPads. Oh no, sorry. This is the wrong show. This is the wrong show. Just with that was for 90 Day Fiance. That was like about Mina, for any 90 Day Fiance people that watch ever on here. This I can't lie. I'm not 100% with Blake on this. I've never once doubted a woman who makes SA harassment claims. Okay. I mean, I don't think people say. Okay. I was on Amber Heard's side long before pockets of the internet came around to it. But I just think Blake is shady. Regardless of my gut feelings about her and this case, you will never catch my butt out in the streets vocally and loudly defending a man in a case like this. Well, that's wrong. That's immoral of you, but all right. Even if Justin is 100% innocent, which I doubt. And why do they doubt this? Because he's a man. That's all. I think everyone probably stinks in this situation. I'm still not wasting my time and energy to back him. I don't know him, first of all. And second of all, he's still a man. LOL. This made me sick. This made me want to throw up. Okay, I'm hyperboling over here. But right now it's making me throw up. And I don't know, it may be just because I'm not feeling that, great in the last couple of 2 days. But no. Imagine saying this about the other way around. I will never believe Blake Lively because she's a woman. I will never be caught with my butt out in the streets, vocally and loudly defending a woman in a case like this. Even if Blake is 100% innocent, I am still not wasting my time and energy to back her. It just makes no sense, honestly. It just makes no sense. Why? That's not a reason. That's just lazy. And excuse me, but immoral as well. And then I guess there's another one. Oh, no. Yeah, we're talking about Scooter Braun next. But I guess I didn't screenshot this one. There was Taylor Swift Reddit feed thing, whatever you call those things, that this was on, and it was moderated. It was, you weren't allowed unless you said something neutral and or good or just not evil, I guess, or not strong towards Justin's side. But yeah, there was my post didn't make it, to be short about that. Scooter Braun. Oh, and there was this other part that said, writing hard for any man is wrong, but writing hard against any man just because he's a man, that's right. Because someone was saying something like, I don't trust anyone, or I'm not with anyone who will ride hard, whatever that means, for a man or any man. Like just because he's like insinuating basically that we're supporting Justin because we're attracted to him, which I thought was the most idiotic thing that could be said. But that's just on our side. We know better. That's literally what we don't do. Hello, hashtag critical think. But yeah, I don't know why I didn't include that screenshot. Anyways. Scooter Braun. Oh, we're so close to the end. That's him and Justin. I guess spoiler alert. So I was watching Andy's. I like how he matches his everything. I was watching his video, this video, and this popped up, and I actually stopped here. I didn't even. Oh, this is a screenshot. I didn't even. This is where I am in the video. I didn't even finish it because I was like, "What?" Taylor Swift has chance to buy original recordings back. And one unlikely person is encouraging the deal, sources say. That's Scooter Braun. Braun sold the recordings 1 year later to investment firm Shamrock. Oh my gosh, Shamrock Capital for a profit, which is kind of gross. Moving on. But the company is now interested in selling them back to Swift, and we're told the person encouraging Shamrock to do so is Braun. Now, there's so many ifs and buts and maybes in this statement and in this story. Like, A, didn't know he had sold them just a year later. Why? How? What? That doesn't make sense. Makes it more disgusting to me personally. I don't know that. Yeah, I would bet a lot of money that to Taylor that feels the same way. Maybe that's maybe why it's worse. Anyways, and then the company is now interested in selling them back to Swift. What if the company is interested in selling them back to her because they negotiated and they're not him? You know, I don't know. But a person told them that, or a source told them that the person that's encouraging Shamrock is Scooter Braun. Now, if and for the rest of this live, we're going to go on this assumption, and it's many hoops through, that this is allegedly true. If Scooter Braun is the reason why Shamrock is negotiating with Taylor to get her recordings back, her all the things, my brain just like stopped. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Why is my brain doing this right now? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. If he is the person, people are talking a lot. The media is just covering. I don't know. I haven't seen everyone talking about it, but all the articles that I did see and the YouTubers that I did see covering this, they're talking about the relationship between Scooter and Tag. Forget the actual name of it, but Melissa Nathan's employer, basically, or whatever business, and how he owns he's a major stockholder or something in that. It could be there again. There's so many possibilities and variables, and there's also the variable that this has nothing to do with Scooter and Taylor or the subpoena in any of it. But let's just like go down these rabbit holes, because it's fun. Because Scooter, I remember watching him on Man Enough, the Roundtable, which I have a bunch of clips to show you from there. But there he is with Jamie and this guy who, what's his name? Lewis Howes, who I thought it was that one football player from like not Minnesota, but somewhere in the middle of the country, Milwaukee or something. Is Milwaukee city or state? They were like brothers. Anyways, they're old now, but I really thought that was him. But no, his name is Lewis Howes. I've never heard of him, but I've seen him on commercials. But yeah, Justin, Matt McGorry, also don't know him. Tony Porter, found out more because of this about him. Lewis Howes, or Hose, whatever. Scooter Braun, Jamie Heath, Susan Bryson, Alma Gonzalez, and Yasmin Monet Watkins, which there was I'll get to the Reddits, but there was one Reddit comment that said, oh, like bunch of men sitting around talking about the Me Too movement and not, and whatever, and not crediting the women or something. And I'm like, what women are you talking about? The women that they were talking about, that they've excuse me, seen being not treated right, and they didn't speak up about, or they spoke out about it. I mean, they say so many things in this. Like, what women are you talking about? And if that's the case, you mean like they didn't take advantage of those victims by blasting their personal information and name, like Andy with his friend, with Russell Brand. Like, I think it's so disrespectful unless that person's like, please use my name. The last thing you'd want is for a man to talk about a woman's victimhood without her consent. So, like, victimhood, that sounds weird. Incident, I don't know. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. So my complete theory, again, we're deep into this rabbit hole. We're in Alice in Wonderland, which is also, I guess, a favorite theme of Taylor Swift, so it links really well to the theme of tonight. We're definitely in Wonderland right now in this theory that what if Justin mediated between Scooter and Taylor? Maybe not like sat down and like with both of them. Although that could happen, but that sounds so weird, especially right now. But what if there were some, talk, some like mediation? Because when I listened to this video, I don't know how well they know each other. They have this one Instagram post together with their families and their kids and stuff before they got divorced, blah, blah. But I don't know how, deep their friendship is or whatever. They seem to know each other for a while. He may be part of why he went with Melissa Nathan for a tag, if that's the case, if he's the shareholder or one of the bigger ones or whatever. Like, there's so many things, but it seems like their relationship was pre that. It was 2018 that they posted this and the video. Maybe it was just like a short-lived connection, like you get new friends or whatever. I don't know. Maybe Scooter Braun is a terrible guy. Maybe he's not. I don't know. There's actually not much to go one way or another in this video. He says nice things in this video, but he doesn't talk that much. And that's not a lot of these clips. I think the majority are with him or about him, but a lot of some are not. But they're kind of related to our topic. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I think I get the hiccups and things because and the yawns because sorry, I forgot to change this. Because I don't really take nice deep breaths when I'm talking here. But yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, it wouldn't be crazy to think that something like that would happen as far as business dealings and negotiations, right? It's really strange if that would be the case, honestly. I guess. I don't know. So I'm gonna try to. Nope, that's the wrong one. Shoot, where is the. Oh, there we go. To kind of bring it up because there'll be a bunch of these clips and I will have a hard time. I don't know, that's the best I can do. There we go. Something like that. Oh my gosh, my stomach's not feeling very well. Ooh, like my tummy. Sorry, I'm like fidgeting with this. I'm like nauseous. I don't know. Did I eat something bad? What is happening? It's been like this for a couple of days, so it might be. I'm feeling kind of like fainty. All right. So on that note, let's keep going. So that's my little theory. maybe it's like this dream world where like people can coexist and can like each other and can like make up and realize, oh, you're not that bad. You're not that bad either. Although even in my theory, it's probably not necessarily that I'm thinking exactly that as far as mediation, but maybe just as simple as a negotiation between Venable and you know, whatever Freedman's law firm is. And yeah, it could be something like that. Like, hey, you really want this piece of evidence? Give me something that I've been wanting and fighting for years that I can't have. But oh, guess what? You know this person. Maybe you can like help me out with this. You know, I don't know. I don't even know the legality of that. Maybe that's illegal. I don't know. I don't know anything. This is all just speculation completely. Sometimes I do think when we talk, sometimes I watch YouTubers or I think of like, oh, I really want to say that, but should I? Because I think, is this going to give lively side ideas what to like put out into the public, like, oh, this person said this, we can write like twist it around and like throw it out there or something. Anyways, but at the end of the day, you can't really control that, and in a way it's better to kind of say it in your own words, or I don't know, whatever. So a lot of this, sorry, the talk around the subpoena being withdrawn, I have another note here saying that one article was talking about how the subpoena is a harassment and threat, or like the lively side was insinuating that. I think it was in Andy's video. Do I have Andy's thing? Oh my gosh. Oh, wait. That's still happening? I think Tilted Lawyer is still going. I forgot that his video on. Popcorn Planet. It's really in an article, but I'm only on YouTube. I don't go down these articles with all their huge, crazy commercials and everything. I'm like a little grandma, having a grandma moment right now. Yeah, okay, here it is. Oh my gosh, Andy's face. We are pleased that Justin Baldoni and the Wayfarer parties have withdrawn their harassing subpoenas to Taylor Swift and her law firm, the spokesperson said from Lively Side. We supported the efforts of Taylor's team to quash these inappropriate subpoenas directed to her counsel, and we will continue to stand up for any third party, oh, how savior of them, who is unjustly harassed or threatened in the process. And I say, and I may be wrong, I don't know that much about the law and about legal matters and stuff, but when is going through the correct legal system steps harassment and threats? Because subpoenas are something that are common and legal and the correct way and the nicer way to handle things, right? I mean, short of, email them, hey, do you have this information? Can you give it to us? And they say, yeah, sure. But I feel like aren't subpoenas like that way to do it? This is a question for the lawyers. But yeah, in my opinion, when has a subpoena become a harassment and a threat? Going through the legal system is now a threat and harassment by going and doing the right things in the right legal way. I don't know. Yeah. And I again say under this point, I also don't understand why everyone's so strong on this. It means they got what they wanted. Sorry. The yawns are the same thing. I'm not breathing correctly. Oh boy. All right, Scooter. I don't know this man. I don't know too much. There's so many. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing that was like really cute. And this is kind of independent of him, but it is, I guess, about him. This is like goals right here. I want a friends group that's like this. I'm not gonna play the music because it's. Oh, we're halfway there. Yeah, this one's a Backstreet. With you and sing, Queen. When we're apart, I feel it too, and no matter what I say or something, I don't know. Anyways, he's not a dancer. I'm sorry, I mean that in the best way. But like, this is a bunch of a compilation of him and friends and people like going to having these dinners. I feel like a lot of them are at karaoke bars, like this one. I want that. I'm sorry. I don't know. So I don't know, good guy, bad guy, but I want this part of his life for sure. I want to have these dinner parties of just singing. It's mostly 90s music too. So yeah, and then there's like Usher and some other parties stuff. Anyways, so yeah, I'm not invested one way or another with the Scooter Braun thing. Like I said, I was a Swiftie-ish for a few years, but I'm not much of a hater. Like even with Blake, I'm sure I'll be like, peace be with you. And I'm not gonna hate her. Like I feel like there's always an explanation. There's always like good people that do bad things, and someone was saying earlier today that Taylor's dad knew about this selling or whatever, and so it wasn't that Taylor didn't know about any of this, but she kind of played like she didn't know about it. I mean, maybe she didn't know. I mean, she was young. Maybe her dad thought, he was doing what's best. I don't know. But it's fun to be rich for these reasons. Yeah. I didn't even think about the rich part, but yeah, add that to it, April. Add that to my wish list. I just saw like a bunch of. To me, the thing that like I really want from that is just the group of friends singing. Like you don't need to be rich for that, but yeah, to have those dinners and things, it did look expensive now that you say it. That also would be nice. So yeah. Keep this in mind as far as Scooter Braun and how I'm covering him. I'm neither a fan nor a hater of him. I don't know. He's in the music business. I think he's a producer or something. So, I'm sure there's stuff. There's skeletons there in one way or another. But let's get into these little things. I played, I think, some of this. I played one part that I might play again. Yeah, Tony Porter's part. But I want to play a few more clips from it. So buckle up. This isn't going to be too long. It just looks like a lot because there are a lot of clips, but they're only like a minute long or less. All right. So the first one, we already start with this. Sorry. This guy.
Executives to interviewers to men in powerful positions. So for me, it's just like it's a lot of people.
Yeah, certainly. As we've glorified the idea of crossing the line. We've made it. You come into the entertainment business, fast cars, fast women. That's what we're told. Oh, look how great that is. You come in, you're gonna win. You're gonna get that nice car, and you're gonna get that girl, and like they're objects.
I'm curious what you think because I feel like you're one of the most connected to people in Hollywood. You have a big Rolodex of a lot of these men who have come out and been in the media and the press. You've met them all, or you've been interviewed by some of them.
Or I've worked with them. And some are very surprising. But what's more interesting to me is finding out about people that I thought were friends. Not just acquaintances, like I knew them, friends.
Everybody that I know on some level, good men, really good men, play a part in this.
Jamie. I love Jamie. Oh my gosh, I love Jamie. So yeah, that's the first clip though. You can watch the rest of, what Jamie says and other people say, but that first part kind of sets the tone. because yeah, there is such a peer pressure to it that they talk about. And this ties into something that I said at one point, that men do need to talk about this, and we do need to see men talk about this, or we need to have men talk to us women about this and to each other, because it's not just women that get assaulted and harassed and everything. Someone on Reddit thought differently, and I'll get to that later, but I then doubled up on no, I think men talking is important. It is not about taking away the spotlight. In this situation, in the Me Too movement, they were the issue, men. And they talk about that. It's not just the men that did something, it's also the men that didn't speak up when they saw or heard something being done or about to be done or whatever. So yeah. Anyways, the other, that person that said, "Oh, you didn't credit these women." Did they mean these women? Because they said their names and they showed them and gave them, the space. But okay, I don't know what women that person was talking about didn't get credited.
Justify their actions.
When they sort of come forward.
I feel like some men justify their actions. Maybe someone smiled at them, flirted with them. It's not an invitation to rape someone or harass someone.
I thought that was an important piece to put in here because of this conversation, because of what this, really the conversation around the Blake Lively situation, the lawsuit that Blake Lively has. The people that are on her side usually speak about, we believe that she was harassed, and we either, I think most of the time, because they are still dealing with their own pain and their own experiences, and they need justice, and they see this potentially be coming, giving them the justice that they're seeking. Like my one friend saying, another man that gets away with it. They don't want that. So they're on Blake's side for that. There's many reasons. Not that many, but they're around that kind of thing. They believe Blake. So I thought that was an important point to highlight. This whole talk, and this is just one of the many talks. Again, he had a podcast about this. And I don't know, but it's hard for anyone to convince me that a man, or a person, but a man that has a podcast episode after episode, at least once a week or however many, he talks with women and men, or just, Jamie, his producer, partner, whatever, in the podcast, and they reflect and they have these tough conversations about these exact subjects, about what it is, what is like male toxicity or masculinity, or healthy masculinity, all these things that go under these umbrellas. So it's hard for anyone to really convince me at this point, especially with all that we've seen. And this is what I felt like when I was reading Blake's CRD complaint, and I was reading these things that she was alleging about him. And I hadn't watched that much, honestly, about from his Man Enough podcast. I think I did see a tidbit of that, and then maybe a tidbit of this, and I followed him so lightly. So I didn't know that much. So I was inclined to believe her again because it was a legal document, and because she's a woman, and like, who would say this and this happens, right? And it seemed like the details were there. Some things just looked suspicious from the beginning, but then I remember just wrestling with the dissonance between, and this is also real, where it happens like this too, where actually Justin talks about this later. Like, this is a person I know, so she must be lying, because I know this man, so she must be lying and having this bias, so that's what I went into the wrestling with it. Like, I don't feel like he could do this, but that's kind of what we do, right? We're like, oh, that's part of the whole Me Too movement, and the whole issue is that women don't get believed because it's like, the man, like, I know this man talks about this or whatever. I don't even know him, but like, we parasocially know these people. But at the same time, I remember just feeling in my core, and I still feel, and this is why I feel like even now when I'm talking about this, it's like, it's still possible that we might, see something that is, and it might be decided that it's not as like clear as we're seeing it now on this side of things, that he's not that innocent or whatever. I'm not that innocent. Oops, I did it again. Okay. Um, unrelated. But it also ironic timing with Britney Spears and stuff. But yeah, so I was wrestling with this, like, how could someone, and when I watched this today for you guys for this video, it kind of brought up that wrestling again in a way, but a lot more settled, because I really do believe that what Blake is stating, I don't believe it. I don't believe, it's not that I don't believe necessarily the things that happen, but I don't believe that they happened in a way that she's alleging. And I think she was not that ignorant to them not happening the way that she's alleging. So that's like my belief right now. So I have a little bit more calm, but it's still like, I was watching clip after clip after clip. I was watching this woman talk about this. Like, he edited this, or he was like directing this. He was watching this. He, later on, you see, he interviewed this woman that went through a horrible, horrific experience. And I won't share that part, obviously. But he interviewed her, he listened to her, he had this conversation with these other men, he's had all these other conversations, but just even just this one video. And I thought over and over again, in what world would this man that's being exposed to these ideas and is exposed to these questions, either that he's posing or that other people are posing, and these conversations, in what world would he do anything, A, that was inconsiderate or harassment, B, especially if it was brought up to him like, hey, that made me uncomfortable. And I go back to this, like, yes, it is not a victim's responsibility to tell someone or what happens to them, someone crossing their boundaries, but it is their responsibility to at least state their boundaries, because yes, in some cases it's just a duh. And they talk about this at one point too, like, some things are clear, like, you should never do that. And even then, yet, like, it is your responsibility to state your boundary. The hard part is that sometimes you are not safe to do so. So I get that. It's so muddled. But this was not the case with It Ends With Us. I'm sorry, but Blake was at least in no danger of actual SH and SA. Because that's like, you get SH, but really, I feel like the threat is like that leading into assault, into like that person touching you inappropriately or going further, crossing like really big boundaries, or even like mentally but not actually. Golden spoke about like it has to be pervasive, I think, right? Like it has to happen over and over and over again. Pervasive or severe, and the pervasive one was that. And but like the assault part is really the fear. When you get a whistle when you're walking down the street and you get whistled at, or like catcalled or whatever, really the fear is, am I going to be unsafe in the following few minutes? Is this person going to follow me home or follow me wherever I'm going? Or are they going to assault me on, in the street or whatever? Like, and I don't know that Blake realizes the difference between someone making her uncomfortable, saying something that maybe they didn't just, not genuinely, understandably didn't think that it could make her uncomfortable because either of the conversation they were having or whatever, and like what that leads to and like what that meant, I don't know. I from what we've seen, I don't see that she was in any danger of any boundary of that, like assault on your body and mind and soul be crossed by Justin. I don't see through this video, and I'll keep playing, sorry that I paused, but I don't see through any of this video, I don't see a way that this man could have done anything willingly, knowingly, even unwillingly and unknowingly, because it seems like he constantly questions, he constantly makes sure you're okay, make sure that he didn't cross boundaries. He's constantly searching to like see that. So if he got anything wrong, I mean, now I go back to that $40 with her dad, with her, dad that passed away. I couldn't even say that. It just came out. I couldn't even say that with my accent. Where she joked and the way that she presented, like, oh, he didn't get the point that I was uncomfortable and didn't want to talk about it when I said, oh, tell him he owes me $40. It just like, it floors me every time that someone would think that was like, hey, signaling to anyone in this whole world. Any like normal human being brain would not put that and like, oh, she doesn't want to talk about it, I better shut up. Like, no freaking way. And so she did it again. Like, the way she phrased that was just so wrong. So I think it's more like that. That's my personal belief. But yeah, I included this part with this woman talking about that, because again, it's like, to me, it spoke to what he already knows, what's already in his mind thinking when he's out there in the world interacting with women or anyone, maybe. Sorry, that's why I can't stand behind those two. I believe Cassie, it's heart wrenching. I don't know. I'm kind of confused bringing in to Cassie. Oh, Blake and Amber, and then okay. AKA Karen's completely overshadowed the real crime that women who, yeah, you bring in Cassie, and that's like, yeah. I think that's how Justin is naturally. Yeah, that too. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I don't know. I don't know if someone, there's many victims that are very disgusted by what Blake's doing and how she's seemingly using something that they went through that is so real, that is so bad, like something that Cassie has been through, and have resentment towards Blake and Amber for, I don't know however how many people looked at that one, but yeah. And I don't know if Cassie would. I feel like she maybe isn't really entertaining even that thought, because it probably is just, it's so awful. Again, that's why there's like that talk about like, you're so disrespecting real victims. Like, think before you file a lawsuit, how hard is it? Exactly. In my opinion, Ryan is the one that tortured Blake mentally. She's experiencing a transference situation by blaming someone else, like Justin, because he's kind. That's a good theory. That's not a bad theory. That's one theory. I still feel like we've seen a lot of Blake pre-Ryan that wasn't great. We heard so many stories also pre-Ryan where she was not that great. But I guess I'd still kind of go in between and potentially subscribe to that same theory as far as like we are influenced by the people we are with and we're surrounded by every day. So if you're so like if she maybe she had like a sliding doors moment, if she would have been with someone that's like Justin, maybe she would have healed whatever is like kind of unhealed inside, all the narcissism in her family, all the things that I feel like are happening. I don't know for sure, allegedly, supposedly theorizing over here, that exists. And so she would have healed that and she would have gone and become a better version of herself and a better person. Meanwhile, she maybe got down this road with Ryan and she was so young. Because this, to your theory, I think this is definitely important. The age difference between them is big enough where there is that power imbalance. An old, not just a man, but an older man, and she was, I don't know, was it? She was like in her 20s, like early 20s or something when they met, right? Because they've been together for like 10 years or so. And I mean, 30-year-old men are not adult, but they know more. And yeah, like it could be like that. Yeah. This clip I believe I've shown, but I feel like is very worthwhile showing. I like this guy. Why did I
The
mute
collective
everything?
socialism.
Darn
I'm
it.
doing without the permission of the rest of us. Truth of the matter is, men who do those things, they don't do it without the permission of the rest of us, right? We create the collective socialization of manhood.
You nailed it. Yep. Good men are a part of this. People who are good people are a part of this. In every conflict, you have a perpetrator, a bystander, and a victim. And what people need to learn is the bystander plays the greatest role in any conflict. A bystander can change a conflict. A perpetrator, when a victim says, please help me, the perpetrator goes harder. We're the bystander within our group, and we have the greatest responsibility. So
Again, come at me, Swifties, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know this man. I don't know. Maybe he's just saying this for the cameras. I don't know. But he's saying some good things. He's saying some good things. But yeah, the whole conversation. I don't know. I love Tony Poor. I guess he wrote a book. I need to read. I'm so afraid now with every single person that writes anything or says anything, celebrity wise or whatever. I'm like, I should read before I speak because maybe they're not that great. But I love everything he says. Excuse me, in this video. Yeah. Darn it. Okay.
I still, and I didn't even remember it until the Me Too stuff happened. Because I started to think about what are all the times that I've been silent? And where does that start? And I remember bros before hoes in high school, right? The guy code. For sure. It's like I have been conditioned my entire life to have an allegiance to men. So much so that I've also known recently a few men that have gone down, and my subconscious thought is, I know him. She must be lying. My first reaction is I'm not believing her. That's fucked up. And that's me.
And this is my first moment where I said, you're trying to tell me this person just magically changed in 2, 3, 4 years. Ironically, as he got older and wiser, supposedly people get wiser. Generally, you do get more knowledge as you grow old. So either he changed overnight or just magically like that. He just became this bad, evil person to Blake. Or he was lying over here. He lied and that wasn't real and whatever. I'm sure people will say, oh yeah, that's just fake. He was just saying what people wanted to say. He was just putting on a show, whatever. That's not what I saw. I mean, he freaking, this is a crazy thing too. He freaking takes accountability for things. He's not saying like, I've never done anything bad in my life and doing bad is wrong. He owns up like, I didn't know better. I messed up. I had my own ways. This is the disgust of if that paragraph that speech, whatever, that statement that they claim Ryan wrote for them to say this, for Justin and Jamie to say this publicly, if that's true, it's so beyond disgusting. The more you realize, like, you're using good words, and like what you're doing to good men, to men, good, bad, or, all men are born good, all people are born good. You're setting back, and you're causing them pain, because at the end of the day, also, people that hurt people hurt themselves. They are hurting. So you're not doing anything good for anyone, for society, for women, for men, for perpetrators, for victims, for anyone, with statements like that. When you're using someone's words, vulnerable words of how they learned from something, they learn from their mistakes, they realize, oh, I used to like be a bystander, I used to believe the man over the woman when the woman was saying that she was assaulted by the man or something, and now I realize how effed up this is, and all this stuff. You're using that, so messed up, and you're telling me that he's the bad guy and you're not, that you are the stand-up guy, Ryan. That's what Blake is trying to tell us, that he's like just the best man ever. And I mean, to your point, Palaver, I'll go an extra mile from that. Like, it could be that she really, like I said, she was so young, she really thinks that Ryan is this like amazing god and this like perfect man. I have such a hard time imagining that. Like, I put people on pedestals. I put my ex on a pedestal, and I didn't realize it because I never did that. Like, I never just looked, I like, oh my gosh, you're perfect, you do nothing wrong. But it might be that's what Blake is doing, like, because there was that one article or something where she allegedly thought that Ryan could direct this movie better. And to me, I'm like, that's so delusional. Like, Ryan? Deadpool Ryan? Misogynistic Deadpool Ryan? The Deadpool? Like, we're talking about the same person that's making like awful jokes, even, candidly on talk shows? That Ryan? You think that Ryan, that person's doing a better job respecting women as victims of DV? Okay, all right. So maybe there is something to, like, I don't know, tortured, but definitely like I don't know, whirled her brain or whatever. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, the Scooter Braun segment is so good. Make a shorthand post if you can. Okay, yeah. Noted. I don't know what time this is, but I will remember. I need, again, oh, I do have a little notebook. Let me write that down. I slacked this week. I was trying to get the vlogs, which are so stupid and whatever. They're my passion projects. But I was trying to get those, and I slacked off on like the shorts. All right. Cool. And are you talking specifically about like this one just now, or well, this one was Justin, really? I'll figure out how to like split these up. I might give the one software a chance where you upload the video and it pulls out shorter videos, but then I'm like, where does it go in the cloud? Are you like taking my video into the cloud somewhere? Not that it's not, public. And then, like, do I trust this AI to make clips when it's extra work, but I could do it probably better? Maybe I can't. Maybe I can do it worse. I don't know. But yeah, moving on. I just, that one point just got to me. Like, dissonance. And I mean, he talks about that too. Literally, the irony is that in this clip, he exactly says that. kind of dissonance of, I know this guy, so she must be lying. I'm aware of that. I don't think that's what I'm doing with Justin Baldoni and believing him. Because also we've seen so much on both sides. From what we've seen on both sides, it just is. It's not really the same thing. It's coming from a more educated guess than just a guess, than just like allegiance because of gender or something. So yeah, I don't know. Moving on to just a little bit after this.
Okay, I don't want to say anything to rub anyone the wrong way. I just want to fit in.
Does anyone know that guy? He looks so familiar to like those like two football players before Travis and the Kelsey brothers, or these other brothers from, I don't know, Minnesota or whatever. Something with M. Yeah.
I'm someone that speaks up in general.
I know.
And even in that, someone who champions equality of people. Absolutely, I have just sat quiet with some things, you know, because you put a line, well, that one's not so bad. Even if it's just manipulation. I'm not talking about people that are like being strong-arming somebody. Just talking about manipulating a little bit. You know, I got a studio, want to come do a record, right, to this really cute girl. And I know what's happening. I know that they have no interest in this person other than to bring them over so they can get busy or something. And I stay quiet.
You talk about power and dominance, I think about business even.
Again, you're telling me this is the other guy that is being accused by Blake. You're telling me that guy? Just listen to him talk. This is why I'm saying, like with Scooter and with these other men, I don't really know them, and some sound more candid and more impassioned and more like open and vulnerable than others. Doesn't mean that the others are lying or just putting on a show. It could mean that. I don't know. But I feel like Jamie is one of the people that is so not rehearsed, not saying, you know, what you want to hear. He has his little word salad. He reminds me of my word salad, where you're like, oh crap, did I say too much? Like, but you're just going, you know. I don't know. He sounds to me, he sounds like someone, or like what he said there, this segment, let's take it by segment. This segment, to me, he sounded very honest. And you're telling me that this person did something conniving and something like bad. What I wrote was like, let's be serious. Let's be freaking serious. I mean, seriously. These are the men that we're going to do a lawsuit for inappropriate behavior. And so it made me wonder, did she do her research? Did she see this and she's like, oh, I know what I could use against them? Or did she not do any research? I don't even know if it's Blake, if it's Ryan, if it's a combination of, I don't know who really is the root of this whole thing, who started this and why. We still don't know so much. But allegedly, this is like, you know, my theory. Like if this is, you know, how it is, did she not, or whoever, not know about this? Not do their research of who these people are to know how these things wouldn't stick? I mean, they would stick if they didn't have the support to fight back. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like even if, no, like they probably would have been bulldozed if they didn't have that, which is really sad. That's that whole 47.1 or whatever, right? That's the whole point of that one. So victims can have a chance. Whereas, you know, in actual cases, allegedly, supposedly, this is not one of them. But in cases of victims, like they get a chance to be able to fight back because they probably don't have the resources, because, you know, the victim is not more rich and more with resources than the perpetrator. Anyway, so moving on from Jamie. I like Jamie. I mean, I like both of them, but I really like Jamie. I don't know. Him and Tony have some of like, I feel like the best moments in this. I don't know. All right. This one is all right.
Were there moments where I didn't say anything? Were there moments that, you know, I looked at my buddy and he was my friend, but I looked at him deep down with disgust because I wasn't okay, because I was the good guy and he was the jerk, but he was still my buddy. And I just said, okay, that's the culture of, you know, of this team I'm playing on, and this culture of the playground that I'm on right now. And I wouldn't say anything. And now growing up, you know, with 2 little boys of my own and hopefully wanting to have a daughter in the future, all of us have to take responsibility. It's not okay to just say, I'm a good guy.
And when we get to say we're a good guy, what's the pass that we're actually giving ourselves, you know? So there's a thin line between all of that. And then if we are such good guys, then how are these men doing what they're doing in our presence?
I love Tony. Again, I don't know him before this. I didn't know about him, but I love him. I want to know more from what he's saying. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it was just another moment of like, I think this moment was more in terms of men should speak about this. They should have these conversations. They should have them publicly. They should not feel like and should not be attacked for them because, oh, like you're a bunch of men talking about, you know, women's issues. It's like, sometimes I don't know what people want. Sometimes I don't know if people know what they want, I should say. Plus Jamie's cute. Yeah, he is. That's, I guess that's all. I read your Scooter Braun thing. I was ready for like more. Yeah, okay. So, another one.
A good way to look at it, but to talk about it in real talk, that's what our boys are taught. As a boy, think about it. The more interest you show in a girl, and sexual conquest is not your goal, well, then your manhood is in question, right? So they don't even talk about dating, first of all. They don't use dating.
Did you hook up with her?
They'll use hookup. It's like, I want to hit that.
Yeah.
I want a piece of that. Anybody know her? I want to tear that shit up. Just even think about the terminology, you know? Then 2-3 years later, they say, you know, Mr. Porter, we don't say hit that no more. We say smash that.
That's right.
You know, so just
it
think
seems like it's evolved.
Yeah, and think about what has evolved. Violence has evolved, right? Misogyny has evolved. More aggression has evolved.
Can you tell?
And then this is the interview with the woman. Man, the story. I mean, her story is really just wrapping so many of the issues. You know, the real, just horrible stories. And realities in many cases for women. Like, you know, yeah, anyways, I don't want to say too much that's potentially triggering. But if you don't feel like you would be triggered by a story like this around this topic, go watch this video and watch her story. But yeah, like I like how, you know, the conversation, they cover so much. They cover this conversation with how much aggression and how much violence is behind how men often, or sometimes some men, I feel like younger men especially, talk about women and girls. And yeah, there's not much to say that they didn't say. I'm over here woman-splaining. Like, literally what I'm doing. I'm woman-splaining right now. Like, so what these men actually meant. I mean, that's like commentary, I guess, but like, it's funny when you put that lens onto it. Oh, this one's, wait, did I have the wrong one? I think I didn't go far enough. All right, I have this one.
Not only whether or not she says no, she also has to say yes.
It's easy when a woman says no. Okay, yeah, I understand that. It's easy when she's intoxicated, where she's passed out. You should understand that. But there's a lot of instances where these guys are like, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. You gave me the guidelines. I did it right. And because I valued my future, I wouldn't even risk that because from a very early age, I had very large ambitions for what I wanted my future to be. Every interaction I ever had along the way, I thought of what would happen if I did something here, there. I was that guy that if she even said no in excitement, what? No, I want to be clear.
If she said no and you like way backed off, is that because you value her or because you value you?
Tell me you don't love this Tony guy. Like, just boom.
See, and that's so I want to answer that. The truth, I was scared for me.
Yeah, and
the
I'm
truth
hearing
is I was scared for me.
everything.
Anyways, they keep going and it gets a little word salady. But basically, yeah, he valued. I mean, it's interesting what he says, but it's just like it's a little too much right now from. But he says, I'll womansplain Scooter Braun's message. He valued his future. He was scared for sacrificing his future and the idea of himself, of who he saw himself as. And so it wasn't about valuing her, but about valuing himself. And then he brings out the point, like, isn't that kind of where it should start? That if you value yourself, then you'll value other people. Kind of like people say, to love other people, you need to love yourself first. And it's not a bad idea. I don't know, but it's not a bad idea. It makes sense, I guess, on the surface. I haven't like sat with it that deeply is what I'm trying to say, to be like, oh, I have like a lot of thoughts on it. So yeah. I think there's one near 27. This one. Where is it here? Did I put it? No. Okay. It's still on here.
Let's talk about why I'm like me. I'm like me because I valued myself enough that I wanted to, in that value women. And we talk about healthy relationships. And the first thing we tell someone in a healthy relationship is you can't love someone else until you love yourself.
Right.
So if we want to start really making these young men, the men that we're talking about, we have to stop telling them just not only to value women, but to first say, to value yourself.
That's right.
You
You're
have to
100%
value
right.
women.
That's what sorry, it wasn't that Justin had something to say to that. It was that it made me think of what Justin thought of doing with this movie. He, at one point at least, had said that he wanted this movie, It Ends With Us, to help men question why they do what they do if they are the men that do these things. And I thought at that time, after I saw the movie, I'm like, great, I want to see that movie. I want to see the movie that Justin is talking about. I think that's such a worthwhile project. Conversations, like he said, conversations around SH, SA, DV, all this stuff is very centered around the women. First of all, genderized, but there are more women are more likely than men. So just sticking with that, it's all about the victims and also like, excuse me, men who experience this. Also, it's not just from women; it's also from men. So men are more likely a predator or an instigator, a perpetrator, not predator, perpetrator. And the conversations, as Justin pointed out, and I feel like it's true, like when we see a movie or we have conversations around this, it's about what women can do differently, what the woman's issue was, what the issue was that, she wasn't doing or she did or whatever. I mean, those are early conversations. They've hopefully for many evolved from that, but still are maybe not so direct ways there. And I think also it takes away from the conversation and that mirror pointing to the men who do these things. What I feel like this movie wasn't good for that was that it was a movie about physical situations, violence, about like, yeah, DV. It was not so much of the nuances that either start down that path or are never checked because they're not that bad, but they're maybe equally or maybe not equally, but still very much damaging. And that, you know, they talk so many times about these like nuances in these other areas than just the obvious. And so I think the movie that Justin had in mind that he was speaking about was not It Ends With Us, but that movie needs to be made. And I hope by a man that speaks to men, that, you know, can speak that language. Just like, you know, it's not always the case, but most of the time women speak more to women, to more the experiences, the implicit experiences or expectations or biases that women have, because not all women are the same, but there is a commonality that is more likely to be the case. And then same thing with men. And watching these men talk about it, you know, it's, yeah. And having, you know, women weigh into that as well. And I think, yeah, again, I think that's what Justin thought he was doing or what he wanted to do. But I think I also wonder if he was, at the end of the day, let to do that, either because of his inner guilt, like, oh, I'm a man, so I need to step aside. And I talk about people pleasing and directing a little bit later. But yeah, I don't know if it was like from the inside or from the outside. Colleen Hoover doesn't have a great track record with victims, of how she writes about things and how she promotes things. And then you get Blake Lively, who's kind of an extension of that. So I wonder if great idea, right idea, wrong time, wrong people for Justin. But that's what that makes me think of. All right. Guess we're kind of halfway there. Yeah.
Not abusing them intentionally. Nothing I would go to jail for. I'm on the right side of the law. But I teach my son to have a high regard for women while I was unfaithful to his mom. Right? I was unfaithful to his mom for a long period of time. And yet I'm telling him to respect women. I believe in respecting women. And yet, with that strong belief, was not.
And I'll continue. I'll let Justin ask his question. I'll play that again because where was it? 29, something around there. Again, it makes me tear up. It makes me choke up to hear Jamie choke up and tear up talking about this way that he was disrespecting a woman. And again, you're telling me that this man was one of the people that not only supposedly, allegedly did inappropriate things, showed you in a inappropriate video of his wife, you know, birthing scene that she approved of and all this stuff. Or maybe, you know, maybe that was like an oversight, but like, you're telling me that not only that, but I almost forgot what she's really fighting them for is that they did a smear campaign to quiet her afterwards. That's what she is suing them for. The smear campaign, not the SH. That needs to kind of be proven in order for the smear campaign allegation, but like the SH allegations need to also be proven. Again, in what world? It's one thing for, you know, men to do things that were inappropriate. Also, when I say that, people probably that don't even know about this case, you know, go to like really just like worst case scenario, and it's not that. But things, you know, that are that made her uncomfortable and were inconsiderate of them to do. It's one thing to allege that, and it's a whole other thing to see that these men, that Jamie over here, would be like, yeah, let's smear, let's like trash this woman, let's trash her, let's, she will speak out about us, she'll like unveil the real us, whatever. Like, what is she, what kind of like deranged, like, mental scenario is she trying to like paint? Like I said before, she should have done her own movie. Here's a movie that she should have done instead of doing a lawsuit. Just do a movie. But if she would do a movie, she would probably do a movie, A, that's bad, and B, that would be too, you know, detailed to this, and then it would probably be harder for them to prove defamation and all that stuff. Just like, people are saying, oh, the nice bull thing, freedom of expression or whatever, satire and whatnot. But I'll play this again because it just.
To his mom. Not nothing I would go to jail for. I'm on the right side of the law. But I teach my son to have a high regard for women while I was unfaithful to his mom. Right? I was unfaithful to his mom for a long period of time. And yet I'm telling him to respect women. I believe in respecting women. And yet, with that strong belief, was not.
So, James, you're one of my best friends. Where does it come from?
Well, I'm not going to blame it on nothing. I want to say one thing. My behavior, I own, right? So I had a life since the time I was 7 years old of inappropriate sexual exposure with different people. People that lived with us, house cleaners, and family friend, son. I looked up to this person that was around, and there was a few years of sexual behavior. I didn't have trauma, so I thought. And then when I got older, now I'm 15, 16 years old. Now I'm with a woman that's much older. I thought I was cool. I wasn't being traumatized. But what was this doing to my brain? It wasn't until years later, till I was around 35, that I had a breakdown. And I started remembering, wait a minute, I wasn't a participant in all this behavior, as I used to think my whole life. I was coerced into it.
2 points before I let him finish, because again, and this next part is like also so powerful to the, in my opinion, to the man that Jamie is and the character, the high quality character that he has. But besides that, like, to these 2 points, trauma, in the pandemic times, sorry, I kind of short-circuited because I'm like, I wanted to say his name, and then I wanted to say the label, and I'm like, but that doesn't fit anyways. I always like get confused. Like, sometimes one fits better than the other, and I believe that respectfully, like, saying his name feels right now. During the pandemic, Nelson and I would talk on the phone a lot. It was like just awesome, just going back to kind of like childhood days when you're just talking on the phone. I mean, we also did video chat and stuff eventually, and that wasn't childhood like, but at first you're also locked in, like, the world is, I don't know what it is. And I remember he told me at one point, and I don't remember what it was around, but I remember him saying, like, what trauma did you have to do this or to say this or whatever? I forget what it was. It was like a pattern that I had. And I got so offended, so defensive, not offended, well, I guess both, so defensive around the word trauma. Like, I'm not a victim. How dare you? I'm not a victim. I'm not traumatized. I don't have trauma. And I realized since then that trauma, language is not perfect, and I think we do need more words, but right now trauma is not the highest level of what you can imagine. Just like disrespecting women, as Jamie pointed out, it's not that it has to be illegal. Sometimes it's not illegal, but it's still disrespecting women. And the same thing with trauma. A lot of people, I mean, especially men, I feel like they're taught just societally to shove things down, and, you know, it would make them weak. And that's how I felt, honestly, that I was weak and I was undeserving to even say that I had trauma. So to me, that word was like, no way. And also like almost feeling like a disrespect to whatever it was. I don't even remember what it was. I don't remember the pattern that maybe I still have. I just, you know, my memories are like weird at this point. But yeah, so that's like one thing. And then the other thing that he said, what was the other thing that he said? Sorry.
I used to think my whole life. I was coerced into it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, and as far as the Me Too movement, I spoke about this. Was it in my vlog or on here? I forget. Like my own experience of like how, you know, saying yes and affirming and like going along with something is easier said than done, truly, in the way, and they talk about this, like the nuance of like sometimes people say no and they don't mean it. Sometimes they say yes and they don't mean it. And even saying that is so, it sounds so like, okay, whatever. I think it's sometimes it does play with your brain, society norms, and like depending on like the people around you, the media around that you're seeing or whatever. I think it does play with your brain sometimes of what is actually being coerced, of what is actually something that you're just going along with because you don't feel like you have a choice, or because you're not okay with it, but for whatever reason you feel like you should be okay with it, or you should go along with it, or whatever. And when it's not that, when it is something that you're like willingly going along with. And Justin has spoken about his experience with that. Now Jamie also has this experience, or you know, these experiences that he talks about. And I think that's important, and also an important commonality, you know.
My whole life, I was being fed and taught to have sexual feelings towards people, to see them as objects. And this absolutely changed the way who I am and how I treat women, how I see women. And rather than dealing with it in a healthy way, my life started blowing up, and I almost, like, you know, some people will say acting out. It all comes from that. But see, I feel like that would be an excuse.
Yeah, but is it an excuse to say that you were abused when you were 7 or 8 years old?
So that'll explain part of how I became, but won't excuse it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to excuse your behavior, but the fact is that's real shit. You were abused as a child.
Yeah.
Okay? So you and I haven't even gone deep about what happened to you. And that's probably on me for not asking you or not knowing how to ask you. But I don't think men are trained to be able to talk about this or to hold it.
I don't think...
No. I don't know that women are really, but a lot more than men. And that's what I was talking about as far as character. For him to say, hey, my abuse is not the reason, it's not an excuse, but it shaped, you know, my life. I thought, to me, that's an admirable quality that some people can use against you, I guess. Not in his case, but like I think back of how, you know, Ryan, I think, used that similar thing against Justin in his motion to dismiss himself from the case. Sorry, I just thought about it, you know. Yeah, anyways.
Road, and eventually a tractor came by, and I just stood right in front of the tractor, you know, so the person would...
This was after she experienced what she experienced.
Have to take me in, and he picked me up. He took me to the nearby farmhouse where a bunch of people were gathered. And I said I was attacked by a man. And nobody believed me. They said, she must have been hit by a car. It was so difficult for people to believe what had happened. And it was difficult for me to believe what had happened as well. Even though I was rescued, I was taken in an ambulance to the hospital in Grenoble and was hospitalized for 11 days. And it turned out it was the 25-year-old who lived right across the street.
I can't even imagine. 'Cause I can try, but my experiences don't allow me to do that. I don't know what it would, I don't know what it feels like to walk down the street and see someone and have to be afraid or to think that I could be raped. That's not my experience. My experience is imagining, you know, what if that happened to my wife? And can I ask what did your husband do? I mean, I would have wanted to kill that person.
It actually took him months before he told me what this was like. But he saw me in the back of the ambulance and he couldn't recognize me. My face was swollen out of recognition and he didn't know if I were alive or dead. And he said he just went away from the ambulance. He just screamed, he just shouted. If my husband had been walking down that same road that same morning, nothing would have happened to him.
Again, and I played her part talking about her husband just to further talk about and have an example about how that Reddit person that said, well, I would never, defend this person just because he's a man. How disgusting that idea is and that kind of thought process and how limiting themselves, they're limiting themselves and how limiting it is and how unfair and like Jamie says a lot, like just kind of a constant reminder that most men are good. They're not coming from a bad place. Because it is really easy to forget when you're very close to being a victim. You could be a victim anytime, because it is quite prevalent. And you're supposed to feel safe with the people that might be the perpetrators at one point for you. So I wanted to leave that in as well with how her husband reacted. And then also how Justin said he would react and how, again, this man is supposedly having an affair with Blake Lively, or, I guess like that quickly fizzled out. No one really bought that, theory. It was more like quickly like, oh, she wanted it, but he turned her down. So at least we get, a little bit more. I don't think it was either of that, but like, who knows? But this man, we're supposed to believe again that should be in the situation that he is, at least. I'm not even going to repeat myself as far as like, oh, we're supposed to believe that he did these alleged things and blah, blah, blah. And allegedly, like, really was inconsiderate and hurtful to Blake, to this woman. But just, like, he should be ahead in the town square. It makes me think of Vlad Țepeș, the Romanian leader at one point that Dracula is based on. He's Vlad the Impaler. So we're made to think that this is the guy. This is the guy. Oh boy. Just a couple more here, a few more.
My mother took me to pro-choice rallies. I managed and spent a lot of time talking to very empowered females. I married an empowered female. And I was talking to one of my clients who is an empowered female, and I was trying to fix it for her. My wife was sitting next to me, and she just looked at me and she goes, "Shut up and listen." Just tell her what she's saying is justified and listen to what she is trying to tell you. It changed the entire conversation. It changed how I looked at conversations.
Sitting back.
I just included that. It was a weird turn. Sorry. They're not in order of anything particular. It missed the first part. Scooter grew up in a house where his mom took him to pro-choice rallies. So he spent time around empowered females, talking to empowered females, and married an empowered female. They ended up being divorced, which is interesting because the reason for divorce that I found was she potentially had like a year-long affair, but that's alleged. That's like gossip or whatever. Or his mental health, which could have been also or I don't know. It sounded like he went down into a deep depression at one point. And then something else, I don't know, but he does kind of come across a little bit like, because one of the things that was, I think I was asking ChatGPT, so whatever it pulled from, because it pulls like from articles and sources, and it was talking about this, how it reminded me of what he was saying, like he's a fixer. Like the cliche of men is like, you tell them, as a woman, you tell them your day and you're like, can you just listen to me and not fix it, because the man wants to fix it. That's the cliche. And at least in the US, at least the one that I've heard. And in my experience, honestly, and it took a long time. I feel so bad. This is like actually with endearment that I say this. I remember one conversation that I had with my ex, with Nelson, and I was walking in this parking lot late at night. I was going for a walk because I had gone for a walk in a park, and then I was like, I just kept wanting to walk, and we're talking. And I was going through a hard time, and yeah, he wanted to fix it. And I think I remember him kind of catching himself in real time. I don't know if it was that time, and I don't remember exactly what was said, but like paraphrasing, like basically that, like he's like, wait, I'm like trying to fix this, and that's not like, you told me that you don't always want that. So is this a moment where you want me to fix it, or you want me to just listen? I think he said that a couple of times. It wasn't the only time, but that's for some reason what came to mind. But yeah, so he might have, like, I don't know, he comes across with this story and with reading that as someone, I don't know, like this teddy bear guy. Like, again, not saying that he's an angel. I'm not saying angel, I said teddy bear. Teddy bears are still bears. They can still make mistakes, and they can still like do bad things, or wrong things, or bite or whatever, even if they don't want to, or whatever. But yeah, it makes me think of that, like, and how many men are like that, because there's a lot of men, or there's not that many in this conversation, but there's some that are very confident, and you're like, oh yeah, I believe this person, and I believe that they did the work and all this stuff. And then I feel like Scooter comes across more like someone with a good heart and good intention and good mindset, but not really having done the philosophy of it, kind of like Jamie and Justin are, I feel like, more into philosophy. They feel like really go down deep into the rabbit hole more. Whereas Scooter comes a little bit off more like pragmatic, like he gets it, he wants to do good, but like he's more like, okay, next kind of thing, like lesson learned, or like whatever. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyways, then this other one. Why didn't I put all of these as
How we actually understand around us. We've been talking about the whole time. We are all flawed. When you say, are you man enough? Are you brave enough? Are we brave enough to step forward with great intent and still acknowledge that we might be wrong in that intent? I think that we need to have this swift justice. I think that there are going to be mistakes on all sides in every single place. This is a complete gray area when you're being bold. But the greatest thing about the Me Too is about what happens next. And next is we got to get to a place where we can have conversation from a very flawed perspective. where men can come forward thinking they're doing the right thing, like I did that one day, and find out for someone else I didn't do the right thing, and then just listen to what they're saying.
I think
And this goes into something that I hope that I think Jamie says something about Justin to that effect. Oh, this is where I said in my hypothesis, this whole video is one piece of what Blake Ryan, who knows who, saw as weakness and or used against these men. Wow, okay. Sometimes when you write, like, handwrite things and you're like, what did I write? Sometimes it happens with typing as well. And I also say these men seem to have a strong network of men and women who will hold them accountable over and over and over again. I know, like, every time that I've seen Emily and Justin together, she holds them accountable. I loved their dynamic, and I love how they work through life together and through them, like, they work them through their own issues with each other's support, alone and together. And I've also seen, back in the Jane the Virgin days, they did like the pregnancy videos, Justin and Emily, and Justin. I don't think we should flaw him because I'm feeling that coming. And I feel like people have already said this with the proposal video, like, oh, that's so narcissistic. I don't think we should not harm. Yeah, we shouldn't harm anyone. I don't think we should blame anyone, or whatever word I used earlier, for having a way of art that is expressive to the world. I don't know. Incredible. Scooter Loki looks Puerto Rican. Yeah, he does. Incredible. This convo seems almost prophetic considering what Justin is going through now. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Let me there you go. Look at him. He does it, like, with Bad Bunny. I haven't seen Bad Bunny much because I don't know, there's like some weird connection that I have with my ex's friend or whatever in him. But yeah, so yeah, he kind of looks like that. Oh, fault, I think. I don't think we should fault people for wanting to be directors and wanting to make movies and want to, like, film everything. But yeah, back in the Jane the Virgin days, he did these baby announcement, like, we're having a baby or whatever, or gender reveal. I think there were gender reveals both times. I don't know. Or both. And if you haven't seen, maybe I'll try to find that as I'm talking, which I'm not really good at. Oh, okay. Sorry. I think it's on Wayfarer, actually. They have what seems like a strong network. Jamie was in those earlier videos in 2018. They have what seems like a very strong network of people. And when you have a big network of people, and it seems like a very real, gonna have some tough conversations, even if it's not every single time that you'll have these conversations and whatever, you're in a better place than if you have yes people around, which it seems a lot more likely that Blake and Ryan have yes people, have people that are catty, that are high school, that are, like, blocking people, that are, like, unfollowing people, like, oh yeah, we showed him, we showed her, whatever, that, do lawsuits and things. I don't know, that's just my opinion. Okay, so it's like this is cute. Oh, I don't know. I think it's the first one. Just covering potentially Puerto Rican Scooter Braun. I don't even know if that's his real name. It doesn't. I don't know what the name is. think it's this one. Yeah.
This is the last time we're all going to be together before the new year, and I am so incredibly grateful for this job and for this new family, and I really feel like that we have like a real family here, and I just wanted to give you guys all a gift, just thanking you guys for such an amazing year. And there's just like a really quick moment, a year in review. So,
Oh my God. Is that theater? Is that theater?
Yeah, it's like theater. Yes. My Jane the Virgin family. What a year this has been. Full of surprises, to say the least. A full season pickup. Great ratings for Monday night. A perfect 100 on Rotten Tomatoes. One of AFI's best shows of 2014. And finally, 2 Golden Globe nominations. But let's start here, shall we? Remember the surprise?
So what have you been writing?
Not writing anything right now.
What do you want to be writing?
Sorry, I forgot how long this is before it gets to the good part.
Romance.
Mm.
Really?
A little early to hear the heartbeat.
Ah, well, that wasn't the only surprise.
Beating in there.
You're kidding.
What? Oh my god!
Oh my god. What? How far? What? Oh my god.
They're announcing something to us.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god! You didn't get a happy Crackerson. This is the shit! Oh my god!
That guy's the best.
Oh my god! This is amazing! Awesome! Oh my god!
I'm sorry. It's been a while. I don't know. Sorry, that was a long one. I already forgot why I started showing this. But I believe it was like just the way people were just. This is where I saw the community that they have, albeit this was 10 years ago, and just the way that even like the cast of Jane the Virgin, how happy they were for them, and how, I don't know, you can't fake that happiness for people. So for people having like a baby or whatever, yeah, that was like such a long way to to get to that point. I even forgot why I set off on that point to begin with. This one, I'm quite far from. All right, this is a Jamie one.
Responsibility is on us men, knowing that most of the abuse and the harassment and the things that we're learning and reading about are happening at the hands of men to women.
I have a very strong belief that we share this belief that the world is imbalanced because of the inequality of women. That we can never realize true unity and salvation for all of humanity until women are flying as strong as men. So our responsibility is to, number one, we had said listen to them first. But I think it goes way back to when we're kids. We have to like build a whole new way. I've heard, this term where men and women can't be friends? They can't be friends and women can't be friends. Why is that? Because we're always talking about there's got to be a sexual relationship.
Because boys will be boys.
How sad is that? Yeah. The idea that my son couldn't have friends as women how deprived would his life be to make?
And how, honestly, how messed up we make people that we put into that situation. We mess them up. And we definitely create a lot more. You know how I was talking earlier about government sometimes being partially responsible for the act of violence that other people make to oppose them or in their name. And that the government or whatever party, whatever, but that's what I was talking about earlier, has partial responsibility in those people's actions, not full responsibility, but partial. And I think of that kind of here too. I've believed so much in this, and more so the more I've grown up and grown through life and have seen what men who don't have friends that are girls and who don't have sisters that are close to and have real relationships with. There was The Bachelor. There was one now couple, Jared and Ashley. If you know The Bachelor, you know about them. I feel like I don't know. And Jared had a roommate that was a girl, and it ended up also that roommate was also a huge reason why he and his now wife Ashley are together, and such a person that rooted for them. And I think that's when it really hit me, learning about that story. And it just dawned on me like, duh. When we have friends that are like true friends that are opposite of our gender and our sex, we are more whole people and we treat the other side, the other gender, the other sex better. And we have more respect because we also have more understanding for them. How many times have men mistreated women because they don't understand women? And they just take their information from other men who also have limited experience with women besides the experience of just sexualizing them. How many times would that be different if men would have friends that are women, girls specifically, like from the beginning? And they understand and they can like coexist in a woman's world just like a woman can coexist in a man's world, and they understand the world as much as they can from their different side of things, but create that empathy because maybe you saw this woman, this girl, when she was younger, like be really heartbroken by someone or by another man, or like be really bullied by another woman or another man or whatever, and you start empathizing because you really care for this person, and you have that connection of actually taking care, so to speak, not from a like a superior side, but taking care just from love of this person, and vice versa for women to men. So I really am such a strong believer in that too. I think a lot of that like locker room talk comes from men who don't have this, or like in Overcompensated, the show, who are overcompensating, and they're like deep down like, oh, this doesn't feel right, but yeah, exactly, I'm gonna talk like this and I'm gonna say these things back, and I'm gonna talk like and act like this and all that stuff. But yeah, I think I really feel like that's the case. My ex had two brothers, and I don't know about his friends, if he was friends with women. It didn't seem like it, you know, but it was so different, the mentality. It wasn't like they weren't bad people, but you could tell that they really didn't have much compared to like of that kind of understanding, like on a different level, compared to men that had either grown up as single children to single moms especially, or around sisters, or had friends that were women. And it's sometimes very slight and sometimes not so slight. And again, kind of like Jamie, in Jamie's not words, but spirit, It's not that this is the reason that men assault women and all. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that would be one piece of the puzzle of what's creating this situation. It's one piece that shouldn't be ignored just because it might not be like the biggest piece or the worst piece or whatever. Or because, oh, it puts responsibility onto society, not just onto that one person that's doing bad things, which is probably why people would avoid dealing with things like this. I like that Jamie said we share the strong belief that the world is imbalanced because of the inequality of women, and that I didn't write this other part down, but something around like the world is not going to be okay until there is this balance. And this comes from, I believe it comes from their faith. Oh my gosh, I blanked on Baha'i Baha'i faith. And again, oh, hi, Angel. Welcome, Angel's voice. Yeah, I saw that you're new. I've been listening and cleaning. I'm glad someone is covering a more in-depth version of Justin being amazing. Oh, thank you. I mean, literally, it started with Scooter Braun, but it's become really a Justin and Jamie in-depth conversation or version. I knew right away that he was innocent. I met him briefly. Oh, you did? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. When he came back to his hometown and spoke at a graduation before he was super famous. I saw that season of The Bachelor. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's close to my heart. I was Ashley in so many ways. Ashley in Bachelor in Paradise, that's who I was. Well, both. But yeah, and then not after that. But that's like really cool. We have a 1 degree of separation, not really, with Justin now. Yeah. I don't know if you said you were listening with cleaning. Like I had like I don't know. I had a wrestling time when the CRT complaint came out. It wasn't that easy, but it wasn't that hard. Like I don't know. It was just like, oh, gosh, dissonance, right? But yeah, I that's part of their faith, and I love that, and I love, again, in part of like what a soundbite for who they are. And they were not saying this now when this whole lawsuit is happening. They were saying this then in 2018, albeit it wasn't that long ago, but they were saying it just like as this conversation. And again, I'm very sure they really believe it, because I'm pretty sure, I don't have the evidence in front of me right now, but I'm pretty sure that I can give it to you that, if you want, I can go down the rabbit hole that much, and I can give you the evidence that it is based in their faith. And yes, not everyone that's religious respects all their religion, but I feel like with Baha'i, I feel like they respect a bit more of their religion than a lot of other religions. They take it a little bit more seriously. At least Justin speaks a lot in these quotes, and has spoken on like the Baha'i, I don't know, speaker events or whatever. Yeah, I love, like, there was one quote he absolutely loves that I really loved, but it was conflicting with my situation, with my relationship, because it was conflicting. I don't want to mess it up, so. Where there is love, nothing is too much trouble, and there is always time. It's gonna tear me up right now. Because that was definitely not what I was feeling through most of my relationship. So it was like I loved it, and then part of me wanted to be in denial that, like, it'll happen one day like that for us too, or like, oh, but people are complex and they've been through some stuff, and or like, blah blah blah. I was making excuses a lot, but he loves that quote. I think he has it tattooed, right? I think he has it tattooed. Oh, you do? What post? On your, you have a video of him speaking at the graduation on your YouTube channel, Angel's Voice. Let me continue, and then maybe I'll look that up. Oh, Okay, so sorry, this one.
The men I love and respect the most is the ability to say, I don't know. Not think they have the answer. So that when someone like Tony talks, you hear it. So with women, we believe it. But what are we doing tangibly? How are we doing? Are we honoring our wives every day? So my son sees me every day tell my wife, I respect you, I love you, and I hear you. Every day, even the times when it's challenging. I go in the world and try to let other men see the way that I treat her.
Yo. Again, I realize that people might come to this saying, oh, but it can be just a bunch of hot air and blah, 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 blah. And how many people actually carry through with what they say? I mean, the sky could be orange, like, and sometimes it is. And I think that's a great analogy, actually. Yeah, sometimes it is like that, and sometimes it's not. And like Jaime said, be on the lookout, but don't be cynical. Yeah, I don't know. Jaime, not Jamie. Jaime Camille from Jean the Virgin. Yeah, he said it best with that. But I love this. I respect you, I love you, and I hear you. And I hope he still does that, because it's, yeah. And I like that he says, even when it's difficult, even when I don't want to. Because, I mean, how many of us have not been there? I feel like, and I'm speaking as someone who's not currently in a relationship, but if you've been in a relationship, a long-term one especially, unless you're Blake Lively, maybe, you will find it difficult to like someone, or to hear someone out, or to honestly to respect that person, not necessarily like he says, not in like a crazy way, but like in the small ways, like cut them when they speak, cut them off when they speak because you want to get hurt, or because you don't like what they're saying, you don't believe that they're getting it right, and you have a different version or whatever, things like that. And love you. Like, yeah, I think, people say, I love you, but I don't always like you. Like, I think that's kind of like something, you get two people or more, there's thruples and stuff, and it can become more challenging. And then final ones.
It's fun to go last because a lot of things you would say have already been said. I mean, look, two of my favorite quotes are, a wise man knows nothing.
Yes,
So
sir.
you start there, you know nothing, and start listening. And then the other one is this idea of empathy. Plato's be kind, for everyone you meet walks a hard journey.
I mean, mic drop, or maybe not mic drop. Jamie, I feel like, has a better one, but right? And don't these two apply to our current situation? Listen, a wise man knows nothing. I'm pretty sure that's how, at least that's how Justin comes across, that he, when he spoke, what's his name? Paul Fike, when he was on his Man Enough podcast on Justin's and Jamie's. And, basically, I think he was saying, like, being humble in that sense, like, a wise man knows nothing. Now, I think Paul Fike, I don't know what his deal is. I don't know. I don't agree with what he was saying. I think in some ways that's true, but it's more complicated than how he said it. I don't know if he was on purpose trying to undermine or like set up Justin. I don't necessarily think that. I think he really believed what he was saying, and I don't think he was necessarily right. Anyways. But yeah, a wise man knows nothing, and be kind, for everyone you meet has their own journey. I understand. This is Scooter saying this, not Justin. Okay, I get it. But I'm talking as far as a conversation around this topic. And also around my personal completely theoretical theory of, did Justin mediate between Scooter Braun and Taylor Swift? Like, if, because I guess this is where, especially where I started thinking, it might not be a crazy out there theory, because if he knows Scooter as himself, as like, you know, the vulnerable self of him, and Taylor, I don't know that she even knows Scooter necessarily, but let's say she does, but it's more in a professional setting. And as I mean, the whole beginning started with Scooter saying the music industry is basically fast cars, fast women, whatever. I forget what he said, like, you know, that kind of stuff. So, and not that that applies to the Taylor Swift situation, but in the sense of, you know, there's not that much respect and sitting down and really listening to the other person and really like treating the other person with that much empathy and stuff. Like business deals become business at one point or in certain ways. But like if he knew this part of Scooter, maybe he's like, hey, I have an idea. I don't know. I mean, I think whatever, if that is the case, that this whole thing around Taylor's recordings or whatever being now potentially back in her ownership eventually, and, you know, allegedly because of Scooter, yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I feel like that might be something that was initiated from Taylor's side, if anything. You know, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. As I stated at the beginning of this whole topic, like there's so many potentials. This is such a theory, not just my like theorizing, but just the internet right now is like full of theories. I don't think I'll get to, yeah, it's 1:30. I don't think I'll get to the Reddit part. I'll do the Reddit another time. And then the other part, yeah, sorry. Oh no, that was it for that one. And then this last little clip, this last little one, I feel like is the best one. Jamie, I want to call him Hyman now. 'Cause I see that, but yeah,
Technique.
Jamie's.
You can sit and
Jamie's words to Justin that Scooter
I need to
yelled.
engage with me,
like,
and I
you
will
shouldn't-
sit here
You
and I
better
will
not
listen.
edit that out.
Yes.
I need to say something, one thing. I've known you long time. You have tremendous flaws. Flaw after flaw after flaw. I wish I had a list of your flaws.
It's true.
But you're a man that owns them. And what I respect and love about what you're doing is that I spoke of someone that can say, I don't know. You are that man, brother. I know some other men that are able to do this. You're one of them. So I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of all the men that are here willing to do that as well. And all the other ones that will continue to come. I love you, brother. Thanks for doing
You're
it.
gonna keep that in the edit.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep it in the edit. Keep all that in the edit, right there.
Yeah.
If people don't see me yelling, keep it in the edit. You messed up. Keep that in the edit.
Gentlemen, thank you guys. I'm so grateful that you guys exist.
And yeah, I mean, there's a lot that is worth watching outside of the clips that I have, but yeah, I don't know. And he teared up, which, and I know people might say, the people on the other side of things might say like, oh, that was fake tears, crocodile, whatever. I mean, again, like, don't let the world get you cynical. Be skeptical, but don't be cynical. It's not the same thing. Yeah. We also know from Justin's own words saying this to Taylor in that one voicemail that everyone's like, oh, it's 2 a.m. Who sends a voicemail? Okay, whatever. I like when, I think that's really another small thing that made me like, no, this is being spoken about by people who have no idea, they being in the film industry. Like, what are you talking about? Anyways, so the one part that I mentioned that actually leads into that I was going to talk about, but I moved it to the end, directors and empathy and people pleasing, not empathy, sorry. I said this kind of opens up a conversation for directors or about directors and other jobs where you are by design trying to please and people please your other collaborator. like Billy Bush and Trump comes to mind, that whole thing, and Billy Bush got the really bad end of it. But Billy was the interviewer. And there was another interview, I don't know if it was Jon Stewart or Billy, that pointed out this other interviewer that interviewed Trump just recently, and pointed out, like, I mean, it's an interviewer's job. If you are going to not, in a way, sweet talk, I would say people please the person that you're interviewing, you're not going to get much from that interview, because, I mean, this is just psychology 101. The person will shut down if they feel attacked or exposed when they don't want to be. And so you need to gain that safety, you need to gain that trust with the person you're interviewing. And the same thing with directors. And I'm not talking about in a manipulative way to manipulate. People will say, like, oh, that's manipulation. I mean, I guess if you want to be extremely technical about it. But I would say the difference between manipulation and that is manipulation is with a bad goal, like with malintent. But we do this all the time, and it's also very helpful because, I mean, as far as relationship wise, I remember I wanted to just like come in like bulldozer over time, thinking, well, that's like more honest and that's not manipulating people. And then I discover, like, well, yeah, that's also hurting the other person. You know, like if someone gets defensive, it means that they're like hurt, they're like about to get hurt, so they're like putting their walls up. So it's not really like you're doing better for the other person by just like coming in, hard. Directors have to do this. There are a few directors, yes, that are very famous for being dictators on set, that are just my way or the highway, and can be even not violating, like, in a kind of sexual way or whatever. But I mean, I guess sometimes people have been accused of that too. But I'm thinking more like just working conditions are really hard, and they're very, very particular and very precise to that person. Oliver Stone was spoken about by Selma and Benicio del Toro, I think. They were talking about how he works, and he was just very like, you wasted my time, and he was just very straight. And I think Benicio or Salma even, they said, I think it was Salma actually, that she appreciated that because, I don't know, maybe it was Benicio. I go back and forth. Because at least like he told you as it was and didn't really like, coax your ego and just tell you what you wanted to hear, or like left you hanging like, oh yeah, maybe it's just to make you feel better. And so like when I went through this, and this was, I think, a point that it came to me like halfway through these clips, through this video, directors by design have to please actors in order to get the best from the actor. They have to create an environment, and they have to help the actors feel incredibly safe in order to perform their best, the most vulnerable way. It is true that some people are very like empowering, or not empowering, like powerful, just coming at you, just put you in your place kind of thing. But I would say that's not a lot of the directors, or not a lot of the good directors. I think a lot of the good directors are kind of both. I mean, they're more like on the side of like, you need to be kind to your actors. They want white M&Ms, you better have white M&Ms on set every day. They want, warm water instead of ice water, you better have that. They want, and then also I remember one thing that I was, I don't know if I was taught directly or I caught on to. Someone mentioned it, and I was like, okay, got that information. As a director, you don't want to call an actor out in front of everyone. You're not going to say, oh, well, that take sucked. Or, make fun of them in front of the whole cast. Because, I mean, you're not going to get that much from that actor. You bet your butt that you're not. So this other part is like, yeah, a director is the boss on set, kind of, in a way. The producers are more so that. and they have the power, blah, 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 blah. But you're forgetting a lot about that part if you're just talking about it. Directors have to people please. When Blake, because there was on the Reddit scene, it was like, well, he signed these, these things. I don't think I have it very fast, but he signed these saying that, like, I assaulted you or I harassed you or whatever. I'm like, no, he didn't. He didn't sign that. Like, literally, the person put these 2 points. It's like, no, that's not what they said. Let me see if I can find it. You're going to see quite a few over here. Oh, there you go. He literally signed the document saying that he should stop SHing her. He would not retaliate against her for her claim. I mean, literally, that's not the document he signed, but okay. So anyways, but back to this thing is like, sorry, I'm where is it? It's coming back. That's what I think part where I'm like, I think people are forgetting or have no idea what it's like to be a director and what it's like to be an actor, on the receiving end and all that dynamic. Like, because the actor really, I mean, in a way, the director is at the actor's hands. If the actor doesn't give a good performance, the director is not going to win any awards. They're not going to get very far. The world might not blame the director. They might blame the actor, but I mean, other people will not want to work with them. They will see them as bad directors. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like case closed kind of thing. I'm just bringing that part of it. So yeah, if you want your actors to do the best job, you need them to be comfortable. Therefore, you're a people pleaser as a director. And if you already are a people pleaser from beforehand, although I don't know if Justin is necessarily, he seems like kind of middle of the road, then it's just going to make it worse. Finally, this men talking is important part. I don't know if I can find that part either. My gosh, these are like, I want to give them, I think I can do it really fast. Let me do this really fast. All right, Reddit. Where's my Reddit thing? Reddit scavenger hunt. Let me check in with the chat. Sorry. Good night on him. I took my time because sometimes I say goodnight to the wrong people. I say goodnight to the people that wished other people good night. TikTok. Okay, you're on TikTok. Be a symbiotic relationship between an actor and director. Yeah, it is. And sometimes one dominates more, or like per day too. But yeah, it is very much. One without the other sucks. And also the editor. Woof. The editor can break everything or can save everything too. And I mean, everyone is really important. It's really hard to take anything out, like sound. Oh my gosh. Sound is like, everyone's important. That's why I love filmmaking and why I love filmmaking so much. Everyone's important. Everyone has their like part. And if one person messes up, it can mess things up for everyone else. And yeah, I don't know. That sounded very dark suddenly. All right, so fast forwarding, whatever. This came from this Reddit thread, and I guess I can just read the Reddit thing, I guess. I don't know. But I took out just some posts like this. Also, Justin liked some IG post hating on Taylor in 2019 when Scooter bought her music. Posts calling Taylor a bully and siding with Scooter. The two of them are thick as thieves. Wow. Oh my gosh. Why was that hard to pronounce? Actually, at the time, I was a Baldoni fan. He had liked 1 or 2 tweets when Twitter Twitter tweets too. Likes were visible that were pro Scooter. I tweeted in defense spelled that way, okay, of him, and he liked it. Whether that was covering his butt or what, you can figure out. The screenshot is old, but this was the tweet. He didn't like any hate tweets. He knows Scooter's wife, so it's very possible he didn't read the post or doesn't understand the situation and simply liked it because he knows her. Their whole stance is very against the views Justin has showed himself to have. So, which is really interesting that they saved this part. My understanding is that Justin liked this tweet, although we don't have that available. But this is really weird. Reddit, I get why people spend so much time on Reddit. It gets so weird so fast. I mean, liking something, oh my gosh. I don't know why this always is so funny to me when people are like, this person liked this post that insinuated that this, like, okay. And this might be true. I don't know. Who knows? I don't think Justin, I don't know. Maybe Justin doesn't like Taylor Swift. Maybe, maybe, he did, or, like, yeah, down with Taylor. I doubt it. I don't even know that he cared that much. He was doing his own thing. I don't know. I mean, he loves Britney Spears, so I don't know why he wouldn't like Taylor. But it was also interesting that this person says that he knows his wife, Scooter's wife, not Scooter himself. So, like, how way back they go, I don't know. And then this other screenshot, this, like I said, he loves this quote. This is the screenshot that liked that post. This person, we're going to come to love this person. Not really, I don't know. This doesn't prove anything. Where is the tweet he liked? So I can verify for myself. And that was the tweet, but that was confusing. I get that. And then he said, literally all I have. The tweet is deleted because it was old account, screenshot from 2019, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't believe it. And then I'm not going to read all of this, don't worry. Noticing how those Baldoni defenders are absent in this thread, and this person says, nah, we are here, chose to not comment because this is meritless, substanceless story. It's grasping at straws to paint him the villain, when there are literally no connections. Again, Taylor should not even have been involved in this lawsuit herself, and her team as much as said so. It's Blake that goes around saying Taylor is involved in every step of the way. I mean, that's true. We saw that at the beginning of this live. So this person seems like neither here nor there. and that's the other thing. Like I said, also, like this whole Scooter Braun situation. Yeah, it's fun to theorize. Like, oh, I like my theory. I don't know. It's so like peace and happy and hearts all over. Suddenly, Scooter and Taylor being not friends, but just like, yeah, nice to each other, happy, whatever. But it might not have anything to also because it's not Scooter that is considering selling the recordings of Taylor to Taylor. It's this other company stuff that he sold her recordings to. So, as much as it's fun to theorize. And then this person, I will continue to blame the people who sexually harass others and not the victims of sexual harassment. Shame you chose to do the opposite. I would say that therefore you support Justin as well. And then this person says, speak for yourself. I choose to believe in tangible evidence and the court of law rather than court of opinion, which made me think of Lauren, of course, court of random opinion. I was like, wait a minute. The same way that people shouldn't believe me simply because I claim that you, our lemon zestify, sexually harassed me. And I thought, this is why I screenshotted this one, because I'm like, Bam, that's the best point that you can ever make for this whole conversation. You know, just because you claim something doesn't mean it happened, and doesn't mean that people need to necessarily jump and believe you without tangible proof. And again, it's difficult. It's messy. It gets messy and nuanced and gray area in some situations. I don't think this is the place that should even have been considered. Anyways, there is no evidence that Justin did this to Blake other than Blake's own claim. So far, her claims have been disproved one by one. I wouldn't go as far as like they all have been disproved, but we have the one video clearly disproved a lot of the stuff that she said. The dancing one, already read what I wanted from that. Oh, when was, because I think this was, oh yeah, this document. You mean a document where that she was using to manipulate him into getting her way? She hadn't signed her contract. The movie was half made with millions of Wayfarer money, and she was saying she wouldn't return to work without the document agreement. Nowhere is it does the document say he would stop. That's what I said. But rather a document of him agreeing that things would not happen on set. There is no claim in that document that anything had happened. I don't remember how it was phrased. It's too late to look that up. Ryan was already filming Nice Pool. Blake is the one who sent Justin inappropriate texts, never with teeth. I hate that because it always makes me think of Donna, not so much with Blake, because I didn't even hear or like read that part. It must have like just like glossed over my mind when Blake said it. The whole thing was a setup so that Blake could get her way and take over the movie. This truth will prevail. This truth will prevail. I feel like this person and this person, they're kind of almost the same people from different sides. I don't know. I don't feel like I would be so resolute in and as how, they are. That's right. They met after Taylor's music was stolen by Scooter and made their pathetic video on the Me Too movement, where they exploited women with actual trauma without crediting these women while they sit around a round table talking about how men have it bad. Here they are together in this video. I don't know. We saw most of that video. Were they just men talking about how, oh, boo-hoo, men have it so bad? I don't think so. That's not what I got from that video. Will always be confused what women they were exploiting and not giving credit to. They gave credit to the person that Justin interviewed that spoke about her trauma. They gave also that person a direct platform, not just like, oh, let me tell you what she said, but just let her say it in her own words. I don't think that fits into that. What other women? The women who were in between these like talks that came with their own experiences, that we also have their names and their faces. They chose to speak up. So again, the only people that I'm imagining this person is talking about are women like Scooter Braun, his client. Maybe it was Taylor Swift. I doubt it because she wasn't his client. But, like his one client that, he wanted to fix her problem, and instead his wife told him just to listen to her. And yeah, so like what? You want to out them? Like that's man enough? That's like not exploiting them? Okay. Anyways. And they weren't really talking about, like, again, some people. I'm in no way defending Justin or Scooter. I do want to make that really clear. But they actually knew each other way before that. Scooter produced a project of his in like 2008 or however long ago. All right. There's more. Again, I would research it, but it's late. It doesn't seem like you're defending them at all, and that's my bad. I didn't know they meant way before that. I didn't see. Do we know punctuations? that I didn't seem together until this moment, sorry, or anything. All right. I included this because what a nice world, what a wonderful world would it be for all of us to talk like this, to respond like this. Like, oh, whoops, I didn't know that. Very simple, not defensive, like, oh, but that still doesn't make it right. Yeah. And this one, not referring to this article, but I'm dreading the social engineering BS that is going to happen in this subreddit during the lawsuit situation. Everyone stretch those critical thinking muscles. Research sources. Just because someone said it in a comment doesn't make it true. I should have let this at the end, and I'll leave it at the end after these last two ones, because I don't even know the wonderful thing. I think it was, I don't even know who they were, pro whoever, maybe neither. But I mean, this is all you need. Everyone stretch those critical thinking muscles. That's how I should start my videos. Oh my gosh. I have never written more poorly. Because I will forget this, and I should edit these into smaller pieces, but yeah. I found my tagline. Thank you, 121 Scoville from 10 days ago. I should credit them too. Everyone stretch those critical thinking muscles. Absolutely. Scooter is part owner of the PR firm whose strength is destroying people's reputation. Now that comes as a complete surprise. And then this person said, every PR company does it. And that's why I included this tweet, because one, this is, I feel like, extreme. I don't think this is, even if they do this, this is not every single time, every single thing. But I mean, this is real. This, keeping it real. PR is alternating reality. It's created for that. You know, better, smaller, bigger ways, whatever. And I don't know, but my belief, my personal belief, my personal theory, you know, whatever, is that Blake and Ryan definitely did so much worse and so much more, hiding, you know, changing, manipulating things, because they've been famous for much longer and much more famous. There's no way that their hands are clean. I don't know. That's allegedly. I don't know. I'm alleging. And then, thank you for this. I have seen so many Swifties actually believing that Blake threatened Taylor just because Justin's lawyer said so. It's been driving me crazy. Like, since when do we believe anything that has to do with Scooter? And I included this because I'm like, this is such a ridiculous tweet. This is also clearly not someone that's been following anything on the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni part. But it goes into that whole like, oh, well, he's a man, so you're never going to catch me. Oop. There you go. You're never going to catch me, you know, defending or anything. I believe that I got through everything. I know I was going to end on that tweet or Reddit comment. Excuse me. I think I had. Did I have a thing? Oh yeah, I said to that one tweet, like, it is important for men to come around the table and have these conversations. It is not only important for men, but it's also important for, for women to see this is happening, that these men are having these conversations. Also, you mean they didn't take advantage of women by naming them without crediting these women? Is that what they meant? Sorry, that was like redundancy on my end. But yeah, I think it's really important for men to have these conversations and for women to see these conversations had and being included and, you know, in whatever form. But I think the whole idea that you have, I don't know how to put it at this hour, late hour of Friday night, Saturday morning, it just doesn't seem like a great idea to tell a group of people, in this case men, hey, don't talk about this. Like, you have no right to talk about it. You don't have any validity in talking about it. Like, this is a woman's issue. Women should talk to you about it. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, agree, but it's an end situation, not or situation. Men not talking about it is not going to change men. It's not going to change much. Especially because a lot of the things that, at least, hearing them talk at this round table of men, was that it's a lot of learned behavior. It's peer pressure. It's society norm. It's what you get kind of shown, like, hey, this is what you do. So you do need conversations to see, oh, these men don't do that. And especially if they're men that you admire or you come to admire, like, oh, okay. Like, that, this is really important. I don't know. Why am I on these, like, things? So then there's this family picture, 2 families, blah, blah, October 2018. And then
Just shared this with my kids, and I want to share it with you. So I was just in the elevator, and a man walked in, and he had a big smile on his face. His name was Rashawn, and Rashawn was one of those people who's just by nature joyful, you can tell. It was almost like he couldn't not smile. I said, good morning, how are you? Through a smile, he said, good morning. And then he kept smiling. He wasn't smiling for me, he was smiling for himself. It was an inner joy that he had. And I noticed in that moment that I was smiling, and I felt joyful. And so we talked for a bit. And of course, by the end of the conversation, he said, have a great day, God bless you. And I felt happy. And I realized that smiling is contagious. Joy is contagious. Happiness is contagious. In the Baha'i faith, Abdu'l-Baha says, I want you to be happy, to smile, to laugh, to be joyful, so that others may be made happy by you. And I realized that so much of our joy, so much of our happiness in our world is external. We're waiting for someone else to make us happy, to achieve something, to get something, to be happy. When in reality, true happiness is found with contentment. It's found within. And it's also found by then radiating that out and making others happy. Or, in the case of me this morning, by experiencing somebody else in their happiness and in their joy.
again, this person we want to put, on a stake in the town center. I don't know. To me, that doesn't make sense. I should have had like a Justin little thing over here. Let's go back to all of them. Oh, I didn't play. Sorry. I forgot this is what I was showing. I was just looking at something. Oh my gosh. Was it even playing? It wasn't even playing. Okay. Anyways, I'll link this.
So I just shared this with my kids, and I want to share it with you. So I was just in the elevator, and a man walked in, and he had a big smile on his face. His name was Rashawn, and Rashawn was one of those people who's just by nature joyful, you can tell. It was almost like he couldn't not smile. I said, good morning, how are you? Through a smile, he said, good morning. And then he kept smiling. He wasn't smiling for me, he was smiling for himself. It was an inner joy that he had. And I noticed in that moment that I was smiling, and I felt joyful. And so we talked for a bit. And of course, by the end of the conversation, he said, have a great day, God bless you. And I felt happy. And I realized that smiling is contagious. Joy is contagious. Happiness is contagious. In the Baha'i faith, Abdu'l-Baha says, I want you to be happy, to smile, to laugh, to be joyful, so that others may be made happy by you. And I realized that so much of our joy, so much of our happiness in our world is external. We're waiting for someone else to make us happy, to achieve something, to get something, to be happy. When in reality, true happiness is found with contentment. It's found within. And it's also found by then radiating that out and making others happy.
Roddy Divluka, I think is her last name. Forget his name. It's late, guys. It's late. she has spoken about this a while ago. I remember talking about if you're not feeling loved, are you check in to see if you're giving enough love. Same thing I think applies to happiness. If you're not feeling happiness around someone, are you giving happiness to that person? It is definitely we're subconsciously in this world that's feeding more. You have to get your happiness, your love, everything from the other person, but like they have to give it, right? Someone has to give it, and like it has the idea is that really it's reciprocal. Like you have to give it, they have to give it, and you take it, they take it. Some people have issues with taking it, some people have issues with giving it. Love, joy, happiness, whatever. But yeah, I wanted to end with that. I love this. And I also like to the people who come like, oh, he's, you know, forcing his faith on us. If this was a man talking about Jesus, you would not be saying that. I mean, I might feel that way, but I don't know. To me, this doesn't bother me because it's more about the idea. And I also don't have such a lifetime of bad connotations when it comes to the name Abdul Baha. I don't know it. I don't have any connotation besides the little that I know about from watching Justin stuff. So yeah. But yeah, I want you to laugh, smile, rejoice, and be happy so that others may be happy, may be made happy by you. And with that, I think that's a great note to end on. I feel like we all need to do that more. I don't think any of us do that enough. I think at the end of the day, like I said, society wise, subconsciously we're expecting to be made happy rather than make happy, and to be loved rather than love. So that's my thought to you over the weekend. Go and love and make people happy. And it's true. If someone is smiling, it is absolutely like contagious. Just like the opposite, I feel like. You know, if someone's like sad or whatever, unless you're not empathetic, you're like really closed off. But I think smiling kind of gets through even if you're closed off. Oh, one more thing, sorry. As I was trying to find the Scooter Braun thing, I found that. And then also I saw so many pictures of him and Emily. Ironically, this was, well, it was just the trailer. May 16, 2024. So sad. But the screenshot is the now famous dancing scene. But so many. This one, oh my gosh. Oh. Of his wife. And I remember one of my friends saying that, like, oh, anyone who posts themselves together on Instagram and stuff, it's I'm just like suddenly just show you, hey, Justin's Instagram is you know, not actually happy. They're not actually happy. They're not actually happy together, etc. You can see, just go for yourself. You can and scroll. You can see the happiness. You can see the connection with the two of them. You can see that these are real pictures. They're not like, oh, let me pretend that we're happy and, you know, I need people to think that we're happy. It's kind of in this same idea in a way of smile so other people smile. I think of that too. That is also a reality. When you post stuff that you're very happy with, very proud of, that radiates joy or love or whatever your values are, and you want to share that. Share your food pictures if that's something that you're very happy that, you know, you love that this food is very colorful or very balanced or very healthy or whatever. Don't let people like put out the spark. My spark's been put out, so I'm like trying to get it back. I don't know if I will. I think the moment that I came on the live that first day, I remember, like, I think I even said it to Nelson at the time, but at least to myself, like, I feel like myself. For a little bit, I felt like myself again. Yeah, that's the spark. The life force in me was brought to life for a little bit. And for weeks, it was just in that moment that I was on live and that you guys were here with me. And then it became stronger and bigger, and it's still not fully there, but it's more and more when I'm offline. People have so many ideas about like social media and like do things for yourself, hide your progress and all this stuff. And sometimes I feel like you just need to do what you need to do for you. There is not a cookie cutter way to do what's best for you. As long as it doesn't hurt others, just do what's best for you. Don't necessarily listen to certain norms or whatever. Like, oh, don't look on social media because it's going to make you depressed. Just like with COVID, with work from home, like, oh, working from home is going to make people depressed. It's going to make the depressed even more depressed because of isolation, blah, blah. And oh, you know what happens when you work from home? You have more time to actually spend time with at least pets, if not people in your home or outside your home. You have more time to connect to nature because you walk. I remember when I was working from home and like working, I would go for a walk 40 minutes in the morning, 40 minutes at night, or even longer at night. Because I was like, I need to like just walk until this day is out of my system. And yeah, like just do what is good for you. All right. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here. Excuse me for being here. I have 238 views, but I only had at max 10 people watching. So I'm so curious how those views came about. I'm sure that sometimes, like, if you're coming in and out, I think that adds to it, but I don't think, only 10 people did all of that. So I'm sorry I wasn't good enough, I guess. This is the thought that comes to mind when I see this discrepancy of views versus viewers. That I guess I wasn't good. I didn't do it for the people that like tuned in and tuned out. Or maybe they're like, oh, I'll just watch on replay. I don't know. But that's a lot. That's a lot of views. I appreciate the views. It makes me happy. It does make me happy. But it also makes me feel like, well, I'm not good enough. Anyways, have a wonderful night or day. Sorry to keep you up so late. I will see you Monday. I will see you early on Monday. I'm going to start. I mean, I'll see you when I see you. No need to rush. I will start earlier. I would start around 7:45, hopefully, or 8 o'clock for the AMAs, ready for any Taylor Swift moments. And yeah, I don't know that I've ever watched an AMA, American Music Award. I think so, back in the day, like Britney Spears kind of day, when performances were actually cool. So I'll be there. I will be with my live. I will cover whatever, shows up until then. Probably not that much. Who knows? And then I'll also be covering that. Maybe I'll do kind of like I did for the Super Bowl, where we watch it independently because I, can't stream it, but we watch it at the same time. And it's like a hangout session. I don't know. We'll see. But hope you have a great weekend, and peace, love, and compassion. Yeah. Cool. Bye. Have a good night, everyone. Okay.